I see the hand of Honorable Webster. Maybe if you can give her first, then I'll come.
Okay. Honorable Webster.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you and to fellow members of the committee, as well as members of the department that are here. Mine is not mine is not an apology, it's more an announcement. I just wanted to let the members know that I have withdrawn from the committee. I have really struggled with being on both the DTIC committee and the Small Business Committee. And it's meant that, you know, there's often clashes, which means that I'm compromising one committee when I'm with the other. So I'll be now primarily focused on the DTIC committee. I'll visit the committee when the Small Business Committee, when there are issues which my party wants to engage on. But yeah, it has been such a pleasure knowing you all and working with you all. But yeah, I will now no longer officially be on this committee, and I just wanted to thank you, Chair, and the members for the work we've done together.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Webster. I think it will be the good news on your side, on our side. It won't be the good news, but we worked with you so well. Indeed, it has been a pleasure working with you. We will remember your participation always, and we will really remember your respect of this committee and the policies that govern the portfolio committee. Thank you so much. I'm sure the person that is going to replace you, even if you are not twins, even the twins normally they don't behave the same, but we just wish that we get somebody. Namta, please mute. Mute, Namta. Namta. Thank you so much. I was saying maybe the person who's going to replace you will be a member who will be honorable enough so that we can continue to work like we were working with you. All the best as you are leaving our committee, Honorable Webster. Thank you very much. On that note, Shoma, on that note, we are on item number 2, Secretary.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, Deputy Minister of COGTA and the leadership of both the departments. Good morning, honorable members. Chairperson, I had received the apology of the minister to join later, but I could see that she has managed to juggle and she is in the meeting. So that was the only apology that I had received. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary. And I want to really appreciate that you notified us that the minister is in the meeting. You're welcome, Honorable Minister, Ms. Stella. Welcome to the committee. All right, we are moving forward to the item that deals with consideration and adoption of the meeting agenda. Can I request that we adopt the agenda, honorable members? Can you assist me in checking on the hands?
I'm battling with my mute. We trying to save time. With your permission, can I come in?
Come in, honorable member.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, everybody on the platform. I stand to propose that we adopt this agenda. It is.
Thank you very much. I saw two hands, the hands of Honorable Molotsan and Honorable Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I support that motion and I second it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The consideration and adoption of the The meeting is being proposed by the Honorable Malimacha and Honorable Kruka supported. Thank you very much. We are now moving on to the next item that deals with briefings on Spaza shops, finding by COGTA on progress in the issuing of Spaza shops licenses. Deputy Minister, over to you, Doctor. Dr. Masamula, you may unmute your mic and take over. It's your time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and a very good morning to Minister Ndabeni and members of the committee and everyone in attendance. I just want to take this opportunity to appreciate this moment, Honorable Chair, and that Ndatera Butata is online. He will be able to take the committee through the report. And with your permission, I think we can allow him to do that in the interest of time, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my Deputy Minister. Ndatera Butata, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to Chairperson, honorable members, honorable ministers on the call, deputy ministers, and all colleagues that are on the call. Chair, I'm trying to load my presentation, but I'm not permitted. If the Secretariat can assist, can give me permission.
Yes, Chairperson, I've just did it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I can just confirm whether my presentation is projected on your screen.
It is projected. You may continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, thanks for the opportunity to come back to this committee to provide progress as the department with regard to the issuing of licenses to Spaza shops and informal food handlers. Chair, you would recall that we came to this committee last year in November and made a presentation with regard to the work that the Ministry of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has been coordinating to facilitate this particular matter. So our presentation today is structured as follows. We'll deal with the purpose, provide the context, and importantly, we will reflect on progress that has been made thus far with regard to registration and issuing of licenses. We will also reflect on progress with regard to the implementation of one of the resolutions that was made in the interministerial task team that was then actioned by the Department of Small Business and Development. We will reflect on Spaza shops and informal food handlers that have been licensed or permitted this far. Also deal with some of the training interventions that have been conducted in provinces. And once again, we'll provide an update on the progress with regard to the placement of environmental health practitioners throughout the country, and we'll conclude our presentation with recommendations. Again, Chair, we are back to brief the Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development on Chair, I don't know what happened. Something popped up on my screen. We are here again to brief the Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development on progress made in relation to the issuing or issuance of licenses to Spaza shops and informal food handlers throughout our municipalities. As I indicated, we were in this portfolio committee in November last year, and our presentation reflected on a number of areas. Firstly, on the registration of Spaza shops and issuing of licenses or permits at the time. We also reflected on the demographic composition of the applicants and identified possible areas of collaborations among government departments and agencies, and reflected on the challenges as were encountered at the time. We also noted in that presentation that we had just emerged from an interministerial task team that was held on the 22nd of October, where key departments that play a role in this work had made presentations, and therefore our presentation was informed by the inputs that we received by departments such as Small Business Development, Home Affairs, and Health. As I indicated previously, our minister co-chairs the interministerial task team with the Minister of Health. We are here to provide an update, and this update is essentially based on the latest reports that are submitted by provincial departments responsible for cooperative governance and traditional affairs and economic development. And these reports were submitted by the end of December 2025. Essentially, the point we are making is that we track this progress on a quarterly basis, and the report that we are providing was the report for the third quarter. For the fourth quarter report will be due on the 10th of March 2026. Once again, we are reporting that there hasn't been significant progress with regard to new registration and issuing of licenses when we compare the periods February, April, June, and September and the end of December 2024. The challenges remains the same. Municipalities still process this business licensing applications manually. Again, we still note that this business license process has to go through various departments in municipalities, and therefore it tends to be time-consuming and costly at times. Still note that there is lack of sufficient human resources, where municipalities do not have sufficient numbers in terms of business licensing officials and the environmental health practitioners that are mainly based in district municipalities and metropolitan municipalities. We will reflect on that point in the latter part of the presentation. I think the last three presentation that still provides the same status that we provided in terms of the placement of environmental health practitioners. The key point to make here is that this practitioners play a significant role in the value chain of the processing of licensing and permits. We also indicate that given that the Business Act requires that a license can only be issued when health and spatial planning considerations have been met, we find that a lot of municipalities are constrained and are dependent on the districts to provide environmental health services. In this slide, we make the point that the inter-ministerial task team had met and had urged national and provincial departments and their agencies to encourage the recognition of opposite licenses that may be issued by municipalities as licensing authorities. To that effect, indeed, the Ministry of Small Business and Development in December, on the 22nd, or in October, on the 22nd of October, issued a communique to all municipalities, encouraging them to issue conditional permits or certificates of acceptability, so that the process of licensing these Spaza shops and food handling entities can be or could be expedited. In this light, Chair and honorable members, we reflect on progress with regard to the issuance of certificates of acceptability, licenses or permits to informal food handlers, and licenses and permits to Spaza shops. You would see that on your extreme left, the second column deals with the number of Spaza shops that you find in the various provinces. These Spaza shops are identified during the inspections that municipalities conduct on a regular basis. So in terms of the Eastern Cape, you will see there that the number of Spaza shops is 9,725, and applications received is 7,556. To date, the certificates of acceptability that have been issued is 1,406. Those issued to informal food handlers is 958, and the licensed Spaza shops it's 1,995. You see there in KZN that you have got the highest number of Spaza shops, which is 19,255. Applications received just below 13,000, and the certificates of acceptability that have been issued is 5,666. Informal food handlers that have been either licensed or permitted is 2,000, just above 2,000. And you see the figures for Mpumalanga. You've got those numbers. I'm going to go through them. But in the final analysis, you see that there is a total of 81,039 Spaza shops that are in the country, and the applications received is just over 47,000. Certificates of acceptability, just over 18,000. Informal food handlers that have been licensed or permitted, 12,222. And this, lastly, in terms of permits, licenses and permits to Spaza shops is 18,722. As I said, we track these numbers on a quarterly basis, and this information is received from the provincial departments of local government and economic development. I also indicated that we will reflect on the training interventions that have been made in the various provinces, the provinces that were able to provide us with the information throughout the 3 quarters. The information indicates that there would have been a total of 641 interventions. 400 of those are in the Eastern Cape, 93 in the Free State, 17 in Mpumalanga, and 6 in Northwest. Unfortunately, we do not have the as things stands information from Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and Northern Cape. We do, however, follow up. As I indicated, the next report is due on the 10th of March. So we expect that we'll be able to get this information from the affected provinces. When we came to present in this committee in November, we did raise the matter relating to the numbers that we have in the country insofar as environmental health practitioners are concerned. And we made the point that the audit that was conducted on municipalities revealed that all municipalities in the country do not meet the recommended staffing norm, which is 1 EHP to 10,000 population. So currently, as we indicated previously, we still have the total number of environmental health practitioners required in the country is 6,201. And you can see the figures that are required in the various provinces. The highest numbers being in Gauteng with 1,510, KwaZulu-Natal 1,242, Eastern Cape 723, and Limpopo and the Western Cape. And you will see what currently exists in the system, which is 1,751, and the shortage, the numbers are reflected there, that the country to meet this 1 is to 10,000, you would need about 4,450 environmental health practitioners. We did indicate in the previous engagement that given the budgetary constraint and the national fiscus, the DG of DCOG and the DG of Health issued a joint circular to encourage municipalities to prioritize the appointment of environmental health practitioners, to make provision in their budget so that they can begin to recruit, so that this issue is being gradually addressed. The next 2 to 3 slides, Chairperson, just detail the numbers per district or metropolitan municipality. And I'm not going to go through the details, but just to indicate that you will see in the slides that this is what this is the number of environmental practitioners required per district, what they have currently, and what is the shortage. The picture has not changed; it still remains what we presented in the previous engagement. But the point is that when you look at the numbers that you see with regard to permitting of informal food handlers and Spaza shops, it could be attributed to the fact that this service is not effectively and efficiently discharged, so that those can be issued as quickly as possible. Again, this still reflects the numbers as you find in the various districts and metropolitan municipalities. You'll notice that the highest numbers are required in the metropolitan municipalities. If you look at the city of Cape Town in particular, the required number is 477. They currently have 227, and they require 250. The same applies to eThekwini in terms of the norms. What is required is 424. They currently have in the system 161, and they still have to onboard 257. So, Chair, that is the update from our department. Once again, we request the Portfolio Committee on Small Business to note the report in relation to the issuing of licenses to Spaza shops and informal food handlers. We continue to track what is happening in municipalities with regard to these issues. On that note, thank you very much, Chair. Let me hand over back to my principals. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, principals.
Chairperson.
Well, thank you, Chair. Okay, no, I was just saying, Chair, through your permission, that is our report, and we are in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my Deputy Minister. I was notified by one of my colleagues that she saw your Minister, Dr. Masemola, in the meeting, but after you spoke, it looks like he then logged out. And it was also my oversight because I did not notice that he was in the meeting. So if ever you can then take our apologies to him that we did not undermine him. It's just that we were not aware that he was in the meeting, and we welcome his presence. And even if he left, we really appreciate that he came to our meeting, and my apology on that one. Okay, thank you very much. We are going back to the agenda. We have had the presentation. Can I check with the Deputy Minister if ever they will have time so that we listen to the second presentation? Dr. Masemola?
Yeah, no, I personally have another engagement, Chair. I thought maybe we would be, but maybe the Tata might remain behind if there is that request to still stay in the meeting.
Okay, let me then, on that note, respect the commitment and say to the honorable members, let's engage on this presentation while the Deputy Minister is still with us. Unless if there's no one who would want to question the presentation. I'm checking on the hands, honorable members. I see the hand of Honorable Matulelo, Honorable Sarah, Honorable Carol Mafagani, Honorable Hendro Kruka in that order. Unmute, Honorable Matulelo, and ask a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. This report and this presentation, Chairperson, is very, very much. It's not detailed as such. As per our expectations. Otetayo, honorable members, go Honorable Babalo Matulelo, deployed by Economic Freedom Fighters in this Parliament and in this portfolio committee. Number one, Chairperson, I just want to go to the first thing on the Funugwenza Jumzakelonge Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape has got, according to their records, 9,725 Spaza shops, and then they are saying applications were 7,569. Ababa license so far only 1,995 Chairperson. So London nje iyodwa iyabonisa uba there's a big crisis with regards to this Spaza shop question, and more especially in this department as well. So Chairperson, diphoxeka kakhulu ke as per this report is not even giving us clear details. They're only giving us numbers. We are dealing with a very critical matter here. These Spaza shops that are out there, or the majority of Spaza shops, are owned by foreign nationals, and the interventions were made in this regard by the government. They were out there registering the Spaza shops, and he mentioned this to the minister, that it is very disappointing that the government will rather prioritize doing e-registration for foreign-owned Spaza shops against South African-owned Spaza shops. And then the 500 million was issued out, and we were told that it is strictly for
Did we lose the honorable member? Honorable Matulelwa?
Yes,
Yeah,
Chair, I think she got cut.
Okay, she'll come back. Honorable Sarah, over to you, ma.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the ministers, deputy ministers on the meeting, and to all colleagues and officials. Chair, I am traveling, so please allow me to have my video off. Chair, there's a couple of things and comments that I'd like to make. And the first is, you know, the municipalities and interventions and oversight is what COGTA is meant to have over these municipalities. And I do honestly believe that too many of these interventions and oversights become reactionary. I want us to all remember why this whole process started, and that was because of the number of children that died. Now, I fully understand why the directive was given and the communique sent to provide for these opposite licenses and conditional licenses, because we want to make things easier for people, and especially small businesses like our Spaza shops, to become compliant. But I do fear that we are allowing so many compromises that we're not going to actually achieve what we wanted to when we started this program, and that was to keep our children especially safe from contaminated foods. That was a major concern when this whole program started. Now, just last week, there were reports in the newspapers of children dying in the Eastern Cape, and I think it was Crossmoor Primary in KZN, if I'm not mistaken. And the allegation was that they passed on after consuming foods that were purchased, or chips that were purchased from these Spaza shops. So if we don't have a certain level of compliance, this whole process would actually be rendered useless, because we would not achieve what we wanted to achieve. So I have very serious concerns about that. At the first meeting that COGTA engaged us after this, I had said, why don't we look at the municipalities that have these online processes that are working, so that it can be replicated in all our municipalities, and help and capacitate these municipalities? And the answer was that somebody was looking at it, and we never heard anything further. Obviously, the environmental health practitioners, there is a problem, and I would perhaps like COGTA to tell us what kind of interventions they are taking, and how are they intervening in municipalities that are really performing badly in this. And it should not be only about the number of environmental health practitioners, but it's where we're failing to do these registrations. So I think a report is required by this committee per municipality to see how many applications were received and how many applications were processed. That will tell us which municipalities have proper systems and the capacity to actually issue these licenses quickly without much red tape, and make these Spaza shops compliant, and which don't. And COGTA should be looking to intervene and assist those municipalities where there is a serious problem. This report does not tell us which municipalities have a problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sarah. We'll now listen to Honorable Kruka, and then Honorable Malimachi will follow. Thank you.
you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the presentation. And I tend to agree with my colleagues. I think this is not what we expected. It seems like the presentation was put together last night at the latest, after 10 or so. But let it be, and thank you for the information. So, Madam Chair, it's evident that the permit system, that municipalities don't have the ability to issue permits. Because, as we said in many meetings before, that the municipalities are not even capable of fixing potholes. So how will they be able to issue certificates? That's the first point. Second point, Madam Chair, I'm very disappointed that in Mpumalanga, there's no permit issued in Mpumalanga. So, Madam Chair, I will take it on me to follow that up, and we need to have a serious discussion with COGTA in Mpumalanga, because Spaza shops in rural areas are the bloodline of communities and job creation of small businesses. So, Madam Chair, it's very disappointed, and I want to ask the doctor to take this back and give somebody a call when he arrived in his office and say, listen, Henro Kruger are disappointed in Mpumalanga. Madam Chair, the question is then, I would like to know how much in rand value is the average permit costing. And I know for a fact that the municipalities are charging different rates for a permit, but if we can just get an idea of the average, surely COGTA will be able to give us information, because apparently they do a lot of research and get a lot of reports from municipalities regarding this permit. So the question is, ma'am, how much is a permit cost? The Spaza shop. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kruger. I think I forgot about Honorable Carol. You will speak, and then the Honorable Malmacha will then follow. Over to you, Honorable Carol.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ke no re ka re go na le baeng ko soreletse Levich.
No. I wrote your name down. Honorable Carol, my apology. I wrote your name down, but when I called, I jumped it. I went to Honorable Kruger. My apology.
All right. I recognize Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers and Honorable Members in the House. And I'm very much disturbed about this report, Chairperson. Number one, I think we forgot the mandate and we forgot why this whole thing started. Children did indeed die. And the mandate is also to clean up our locations and to empower our people. And it seems as if it's got lost somewhere, because these numbers, they are not telling a story of a government that is willing and that is partnering with small businesses and that is partnering with a township economy to assist. We have a problem of illegal, undocumented business people operating in locations in our rural areas. And the whole thing, what was meant to clean up, and it's not cleaning up. Things are normal on the ground. There is no shake up. There's nothing. There's no empowerment of anybody. And even the numbers are telling. And even ourselves, from our previous oversight committees, we've seen our people don't even know about this program, Honorable Minister. They don't know. Eastern Cape, they don't know. They have no idea that there is a Spaza shop registration. The municipality is not communicating. Small business is not communicating. There is just darkness. So I think if we can go back to basics to assist and to really put back this business, it's a multi-billion rand business, back into the hands of South Africans who are suffering. There is no work. And small business in other countries has proven to up the work and improve the economy, but not here in South Africa. Why I say this, number one, the municipalities, the reports that are there, I don't think even the minister can say it's 100%. Some municipalities, they don't have capacity. They are using manual. There is a lot of corruption. It's done by us. It's done by our sisters registering illegal foreigners. It's done by everybody. But we don't have systems. Without systems, we are not really able to capture the real work. Municipalities are on manual. There are some municipalities are on manual. When this project started last year, the same COGTA came and said they are going to capacitate municipalities and move them from manual to online so that we have a real life reporting. And that has not happened. The department has not hired business licensing officers. There's nobody. I mean, the office of SEFTA and is not, doesn't have capacity to continue and make this project to happen. Is it because we don't have a target? We don't have an end date. We don't have a target. We don't know how many we are supposed to register. Maybe that is the problem. But without real life reporting, Minister of COGTA, we can't be sure that this report is correct. We need to capacitate municipalities, get municipalities online, hire the business licensing officers so that there are people who are constantly engaging with the communities, who are there making sure that they comply and what kind of compliance and how much is this compliance, because the health certificate and just to register, it's putting burden on the people who are already burdened. So things like this, they are not, I'm not seeing us really assisting anybody. Western Cape, I mean, just here on the street where we stay in Pelican, there are so many Spaza shops, but your numbers are so low for Western Cape. In Limpopo, where I come from, they don't even know about it. It's business as usual for foreign nationals from Pakistan and from everywhere else in the world. So we need to do more. We need to do better. I do feel that we need to have an inter committee with the Department of Home Affairs, because we don't know. This was supposed to clean up, supposed to tell us illegal foreigners owning this Spaza shop. What are you doing about it? Home Affairs is supposed to be here. COGTA must come back and tell us what is the plan to capacitate municipalities. And also, Department of Small Business, you need to tell us how are you capacitating municipalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Carol. Dr. Malumata.
Thank you very much, Chair, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, DM, Dr. Masemula, and the team, South Africans, all those who are with us here, in particular, the business sector, who are looking on this sector to take advantage of it and grow. Their growth is the economy's growth. And I want to, through you, Chair, zoom to what Mr. Rabutata presented, and I agree with him that this is a very detailed, honest presentation, that on this fourth quarter, not much has happened. I think we must give credit where it due. To tell the truth, not much has happened. Reason being that where the processing has to take place, there's no matching capacity to the demands. But what is more good is what has been identified as a problem. Now, DM and your team, what correctional measures do you have in place to fast track the installing of the digital, in particular to move away from the manual processing of this registration and issuing of license, so to ensure that we are in line with the demand? Because if we are not in line with the demand, what will happen is to be in this kind of meeting, join the very same people who are crying and cry with them. Now the question, where will the what you call help come from? So talk to us about what measures to have in place to ensure that where manual is still in place and is not healing the result, that intervention is there. Where it heals the result, I don't think there's a need to focus much on that, rather to focus where. I'm saying this precisely because in many provinces which are naturally rural, is where this thing is happening. And that is where people are putting more numbers, and that is where we don't have numbers. One honorable was saying, in this province, you will not have this number. That does not mean that there is no people who want to come in. It only means that the outreach program hasn't met them. And at that particular moment, we are not assisting. My second question will be, what outreach programs do you have in place to ensure that you reach as far as Malamulele, Litsigitsigi, Nagamudiri, you reach the entire country with one uniform message that you are able to respond on? Because those who are trying to reverse where we are coming from and why there was this kept saying, you do know where we're coming from. The very same problem of the Spaza shop was not in Gauteng alone. No, we went to Guyana. You saw what happened. You went to KZN. Now, if all these things, they don't have will, that is number one in terms of assisting the capacity, moving from the old system to the right system, it is a problem. In terms of education, which this education must come twice. It has to go to the masses, so the masses, they know how to be licensed. It has also to go to the masses and be able to know what is it that needs to happen. And when it has to happen, you are in Mubani as an example. They are there in numbers, but manual process is taking place and it's not matching the demand, then becomes a problem. So this, at that interministerial sitting, it has to come in, but it has to come in driven by COGTA. That is why we're saying what programs do we have in place to ensure that we fast track both the issue of improving the capacity, getting rid of the old system, and the issue of outreach, ensuring that both the beneficiary and those the very same municipalities are in line, and we are able to do that. As confirmed by our own report, giving us a guarantee that when we come in the next meeting, what measures do we have in place that your report is going to improve from no significant numbers being reached to meet more numbers, so that at the end of the day, we see you working. We don't want to join the queue of saying you are not doing well, but we are happy that we've identified the problem. Then how best do we then deal with this problem so that at the end of the day, we achieve our objective. Our objective, which is to ensure that people are getting licensed. Their Spaza shop are registered. And part is that those who are not supposed to have Spaza shop in the country are identified and we get rid of them. Good, proper quality food is sold at that particular point. Those who are making money are making money. We've got healthy food. At the end of the day, we are all happy. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malimacha. I see the Honorable Babalo is back. Over to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Chairperson. I don't know who cut me off, but yeah, by the way, Chairperson, as I've alluded that COGTA is taking us for a ride. For me, I'm not happy at all, and it's not what we were expecting. And when they came to this portfolio committee, Chairperson, for the first time, we did indicate that we expect them to come with a breakdown of not only numbers. Numbers, they don't give us a proper report on what is happening on the ground. Hence, they did collect numbers. Obviously, they could have just told us how many in Matatiel, how many is London and Awanetil. So we want those detailed in Tabankulu, Ganjalo. As Chairperson, I was making an example of Eastern Cape. Out of 9,725 Spaza shops that they are saying they are out there, out of 7,569 applications that they are saying they applied, they only managed to license only 1,995. That is a clear indication that the COGTA is not doing justice for our people, Chairperson, because remember, we were told when we were in Matatiel that the department, even the small business department, for it to be able to fund a Spaza shop, it depends on COGTA in the name of the municipality. It's them. If they want to fund a Spaza shop in Matatiel or in Tabankulu, they are supposed to get approval from municipality. Did you really license this particular Spaza shop? So it means that if ever was stuck on COGTA, the problem will be huge out there. And with the understanding, Chairperson, and the report that we were given by the Department of Small Business on a percentage-wise, more than 70%, it's foreign-owned Spaza shops that were licensed by this government, and therefore the less than 25% it's only South African Spaza shops. But a 500 million rand was given out, or it's out there for only South African Spaza shops. This thing is, you can see, is not giving us any tangible solution for our people on the ground. People out there, they are not lazy. They do want to do these things, but they don't get support. Remember, Chairperson, even Pakistanians, they get support from their countries to come and operate in South Africa. So if the South African government is not able to support our people in South Africa to run their Spaza shops, even if there are some of the interventions that are being mentioned, these budgets are set aside for South Africans, but the COGTA doesn't do the work. It's disappointing, Chairperson. We're not, even when they come back, we are not expecting numbers. We want to hear the name of the municipality, and the numbers that they are giving us, they must be breakdown according to municipalities. Not this thing of telling us only numbers and not the municipality. What if the 1,900 is not even across Eastern Cape? It's only maybe in suburb areas or in the Port Elizabeth or something. And when they tell us that it's Alfred Nzo, sometimes it's not giving us an actual answer to say is this in the Winnie Madikizela Mandela municipality or is a Manfreya or Matatiela? We don't want numbers in terms of reports. We want detailed reports, Chairperson. Therefore, we reject this presentation as an exercise in bureaucratic self-deception, Chairperson. What is presented to us today is not a progress, Chairperson, but a proof of a collapsing state that has abandoned informal traders, Chairperson. The so-called interdepartmental ministerial task team has not met since October 2025, Chairperson. That alone tells us everything. Government is asleep while township economies are suffocating. A task team that does not meet, cannot implement, Chairperson, cannot coordinate, and cannot resolve anything. This report is based on outdated information from December 2025. Parliament is therefore expected to conduct an oversight using a stale data, while poor Spaza shops owners are shut down, harassed, and criminalized on the ground. This is unacceptable, Chairperson, and borders contempt for Parliament. Chairperson, the confusion around licensing is not accidental. The failure of the Department of Small Business and the Department of COGTA to enforce a uniform system has created chaos that is weaponized against black ownership traders, and the municipal licenses are ignored. Law enforcement acts selectively and legal businesses are destroyed in broad daylight. We know what this law enforcement does on our people on the ground. We are clear, Chairperson, the problem is not Spaza shops, the problem is a weak, fragmented and politically cowardly state that cannot defend the informal economy. The informal economy contribute a lot to this fiscus, because without small businesses, without informal traders, there is no economy in South Africa and everywhere, because retail shops, they depend, Chairperson, they are dependent on these informal traders to stock. Without them, there is nothing that is happening. Chairperson, it is an insult for this committee to merely note this report. The EFF demands immediate action. Reconvene the IMTT, implement a single national licensing framework, protect legal licensed traders from harassment, and hold officials accountable. The EFF will not be part of sanitizing failure. We stand with people. We stand with the excluded. We stand with the Spaza shop owners of South Africa. We stand with the informal traders, Chairperson, and we demand this COGTA to come back with a proper report. We are not fools. We can't be fooled. After a proper oversight we did in the Eastern Cape recently, Chairperson, where we found that there is not even a single Spaza shop that has been assisted so far. Only we heard that there are those who applied, and there is no one that is getting anything from that 500 million, Chairperson. We are the public representatives. We are the ones that passes these budgets in Parliament. So therefore, we can't allow COGTA ukuthi as taken for granted like this, because really it's not getting, we're not getting any progress, because this COGTA, even the department cannot give, even in their separate programs that are not in line with Spaza shop. They can't fund this Spaza shop because they are denied e-licensing. People were telling us they've been going to the municipalities back and forth. They are not getting assistance, Chairperson. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lela. I checked on the list of the participants. I did not see any other hand. On that note, Dr. Abutata. Hello? Yes? Who is speaking?
But I wrote a message long ago to indicate that my gadget doesn't allow me. Can you recognize my hand?
Is it Honorable Sapo?
Kate Bilangur.
Oh, no. My apology. I did not see the note. I only see. Oh, okay. No. You did request. My apology, Honorable Member. Let me give you an opportunity. Over to you, Honorable Kate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And good morning, Honorable Minister, Honorable DM, Dr. Masimola, and all honorable members and officials in this platform. Chairperson, much as we appreciate the report by Mr. Rabutata on the licensing of Spaza shop and informal food handlers, and also bearing in mind that we are talking about the report that we received is of the 4th term, but the numbers we receive, I for one, I take it that they are not pleasing, or doesn't that they are not satisfactory when checking and looking into the areas where Spaza shops are, or the number of Spaza shops around our communities. Chairperson, I just singled out the number of the numbers identified or attached to the province where I'm coming from, Limpopo. Then the numbers were as follows. I'm sorry to take your time. Number of Spaza shop in Limpopo is 3,760, but the application received was 606. Then the COAs issued 5,254. Informal food handlers 18. Then Spaza shops licensed 697. The 697 to me, whether it's fourth term or it's a year or whatever, the number is too little compared to the Spaza shops that we see or that we know in our areas where we come from. Because if the 697 is for the province, I'm coming from a rural area called Giyani, where in Giyani, if maybe I can count Spaza shops in a street, you may find that it's more than 10 in one street. Not talking about 93 communities that are attached to Giyani. And that brings into my mind that the municipalities are not doing their work. And they might not be doing the work simply because the department also is not doing its work. I don't know, maybe we forgot why are we having this topic, or why this licensing of Spaza shop is so important. But if really we can take our minds back and think of what happened, that's where we'll see and realize that really what we are doing or where we are now, we are still too far to correct or to see the light of what we want to see in future when it comes to Spaza shops. I don't know, because I didn't even hear whether the department is having a plan as to how long does this issuing of Spaza shop licensing, their target, how is their target look like? Do they have a plan to say in a year's time we want to see the municipalities at least achieving this number, or they just do as they wish? I also heard on the presentation that there are lack of appointment of officials. I think it's the health inspectors. If there is that problem, is the department having a plan to say, and during this period, we are going to appoint so many officials in order to assist the process, because the manner in which now we are doing, are we saying we want to see or want to witness again the incident that happened? Because it didn't just came, but it was after a serious incident that happened in our country. And also, I just also want to remind the department that while appointing these officials, I think monitoring also needs to be done. There are a lot of Spaza shops in our areas, and when you check, the most functional Spaza shops are of the foreigners. And I do believe that most of the licenses now will find that is for the foreigners. Secondly, Chair, there's a tendency of officials going to Spaza shops or going to foreign businesses of the foreigners to collect money, and that makes them not to do their work correctly. So if then can be monitored, I don't know how, but there is a problem. During that time of COVID-19, we experienced a lot of issues that are not being done correctly when checking all those Spaza shops or shops around our municipalities. So I think that there's a lot that they need to look at as the municipalities. And I don't know if they do have the numbers to say in these municipalities we have so many officials that we think that they will be able to do the work, or we don't have them in our local municipalities or our district municipalities, but we only find them in the province. If we do have them in the province, how many per province? Because I think that also is the one that lead us to these smaller numbers that we are talking about. And we are saying small because there are a lot of Spaza shops out there, meaning they are not registered, they don't have their licenses. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Before I continue, can I check if ever all the members are fine? I don't want to leave anyone out. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Rabotata. Thanks for the presentation, sir. I want to join the Honorable Malumaja by saying the presentation was fine. The way you covered all the areas that we want. We have noticed that you tried your best, though we really cannot be satisfied, because I'm saying this, I'm joining the other members because we are having a high rate of unemployment in our country. All of us can attest to that. So for the local residents to legally run Spaza shops and participate in the economy, how can we assist them? Because the way we are seeing the presentation, we are making their life hard and not easier. How can we really assist them? So if Spaza shop registration and licenses have not increased since February, because in your presentation, I did not see where you were saying, at least we have registered this Spaza shop naming, and then now we have increased the Spaza shop registration. I did not see on that one. That is why I'm saying the registration and licenses have not increased since February. So I want to know what exactly is blocking this system. Though in the presentation, one could have an understanding that the municipality is not doing their work. They are the contributors when it comes to the blockage of this registration. So I want to know, what is it that COGTA is doing to fix the delays in the municipalities that are still processing applications manually? Because in other municipalities, we just noticed that people have applied, but even now, they're still waiting for the reply with regard to their licenses. The other question is, why are some provinces conducting hundreds of training interventions, while others reported almost nothing? And what is being done to ensure consistent support and reporting across the country? Because in the presentation, I did not hear that one. I would want to say, without proper data from key provinces like Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal, how can we really honestly assess whether the program is working? My Deputy Minister, in the next 3 months, what practical steps will COGTA take to make it easier for local people to register their license of the Spaza shops without long delays and complicated processes? Because the processes really are complicated. They will go there and do the submission. They will be told to move or take a direction on other steps. They will follow that direction. Still, they will never ever receive what they want. So we are not seeing real growth in registrations. We are not. What will you change now as my leader? And for those who are already registered, have you followed up to see if they are run by the license owners? Is this actually helping local communities? How many times do you conduct follow-ups? Kate touched on it with regard to the issue of monitoring. Maybe let me not repeat this one. I want to know what has been done about illegal Spaza. We need more information on this one. How I so wish that the presentation was responding or was giving us the answers that we want. We were going to be very happy. So the two departments, if they can do their work, like the way the honorable members are requesting, truly speaking, our people in the village, the residents, the entrepreneurs, they will get their answers of creating their own jobs. Because they see no way that the department can be able to hire each and every person in the country. But if we can consider assisting those who are saying, give us the licenses, assist us on this one, we'll be able to hire maybe 10 people. It will be something for our community. Thank you very much. I don't know who's going to start. I'll leave it in the hands of the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will ask Ntatera Butata to start, and I will come after the responses on some technical issues.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me start by appreciating the questions, comments, and suggestions that have been made by the honorable members when they made their inputs. I'm going to deal with a number of questions that have been raised and maybe reflect on some comments that were made. Chair, the first thing to indicate is that we had confined our input to reflect on the businesses that would have been issued with licenses or permits. And maybe we did not understand the brief to mean that we should come and present the entire work of the interministerial task team. And therefore we can provide a comprehensive report after this meeting to deal with those, to deal with some of the issues that are being raised here. The second point to make before I get into the specific questions is that we recognize as we undertake this work that many businesses, many of these businesses that we are looking at are operating without licenses because they operate from unregistered premises. And therefore, it becomes a bit complicated. And it's something that we will continue to work on so that we are able to assist as many of these businesses as possible. Therefore, the process would ordinarily take long if a business operates from an unregistered premises, at least from a municipal point of view, because of the long administrative processes that are to be followed. Now, when you sit in a municipality, so there is a municipal licensing officer that must go and conduct an assessment. There are people who are in spatial planning and zoning that must also go there, and they find businesses that operate in unregistered business, and they ordinarily take it upon themselves to assist so that these premises then ultimately get formalized. Environmental health practitioners are also involved, and there's also a question of meeting the fire and safety regulations. So once you comply with these things, a license is therefore issued. So this is the administrative challenges that you find, because you can't just issue a license without considering fire and safety issues and all these other things, because then the issuing of that license will then be questioned, and it can be subjected to a review, and you must provide reasons why you had issued such a license. What are the interventions to try to circumvent this? So we had indicated that consideration is to be made to issuing of opposite licenses, while these other things are being regularized. This is with a view of beginning to increasing the numbers that we also admit that they are low. And what can also be attributed to the low numbers is as much as you have so many Spaza shops, people must go there and apply and must follow through the process, submit everything that is required. Sometimes the applications are made and additional documentation is requested, and it takes a bit of time to submit that documentation. That's why we find a situation like this. So the issue of opposite licenses then becomes important. Secondly, to try to see to digitize the entire process. Previously, when we made the presentation, we indicated the intervention that the Department of Small Business and Development was making with regard to DSBD Connect. This is a project that seeks to digitize the systems in municipalities. But we also are doing work, and there's a plan in the department. And what is that plan? That plan is a plan that is targeting 39 of the intermediate city municipalities with what we call development and implementation of the business process optimization process. So it looks at end-to-end systems, including business licenses. So in this medium term, the plan in the department is to reach this 39 intermediate city municipalities And why are we focusing on this 39 intermediate city municipalities? Is because these are the fastest growing municipalities in the country, and this is where the majority of the people are in. And by extension, this is where you are going to find, or you will find, many of these businesses. So as we implement this interventions, efficiencies in municipalities would improve. Would improve. Then there was also a question, Chair, that wanted to understand what is it that is being done to try to popularize this process. At the beginning of this process, after the unfortunate situation that was making, there was a lot of campaigns. Municipalities ran a lot of campaigns encouraging Spaza shops and informal food handlers to come and apply for this operating licenses. And there's always this training that we also spoke about is also being rolled out by municipalities and provinces throughout the country. So with regard to the comments that was made that we needed to provide detailed information, we'll certainly provide the committee with detailed information in terms of what is happening in the municipalities. Honorable Kruger was asking how much does it cost to apply for a license. So it varies from one municipality to the other. So the figures that we see is that it ranges something between 900 to 2,700 throughout the country, and we accept that some municipalities, there was an issue about whether municipalities do have the capacity. Some municipalities do not have the requisite capacity, and there are interventions, right? Firstly, as we said, we encourage them to onboard environmental health practitioners, also encourage them to onboard licensing officers, but most importantly is to develop dependable systems. And as I indicated, one of the excuse me, Chair, one of the interventions that we are implementing in the department, which focuses on this secondary cities or intermediate city municipalities, is on business optimization processes. And business licensing is one of those that we look at, so that we reduce the time it takes to issue a license. But this project also looks at other processes that the business licensing depends on, such as zoning, such as building permits, and so on and so forth. So we hope that in the next 3 years, we should be able to get these municipalities to have systems that are able to assist our communities when they apply for things such as business licenses. And there was issues that were raised by the Honorable Matahani. The report that we will provide will demonstrate what is happening in each province and each municipality. But the point to make here is that insofar as what is it that we are doing, we seem to have and neglected township economies. The standard draft bylaw that we spoke about in the previous engagement is meant to support the development of townships and village economies. It just happened that when we published that standard draft bylaw, that it appeared to be a bylaw that is focused on Spaza shop. It's much more than that. It's a bylaw that is meant to encourage real economic development in township. Its main objective is to try to integrate what you otherwise call city economies with township economies. So that's one of the intervention that that we are making to try to encourage real economic development in municipalities. In the municipalities, the comment that was made by Honorable Malemaja around what measures or corrective measures are we to install to digitize the system. I've already referred to a system that the Department of Small Business and Development, and maybe they can talk about it, which is called DSBD Connect, which seeks to digitize. But over and above that, the business optimization program that I spoke about also encourages the digitalization of this business processes in municipalities, including the issuing of business license. At the end of our intervention is a clear roadmap, action plan that specifies everything that needs to be done to improve the entire value chain for a particular focus area, end to end, and that's what we will continue to do as the department. With regard to the outreach program to encourage registration, municipalities continue to do this, and maybe it's something we take the comment that maybe more educational work is required to boost these numbers. There was also a point that was made by, I think, Honorable Sako with regard to the situation in Limpopo. So the certificates of acceptance are issued by district municipalities. And in Limpopo, you have a situation where some Spaza shops approach traditional authorities, and municipalities do not necessarily have the figures. So you have a situation where a certificate of acceptance would have been issued to allow those kind of businesses, those kind of businesses to operate. So yeah, as I indicated, not all applications in some areas go through local municipalities. Some are submitted to traditional authorities. I'm trying to check if there is something that I might have missed. If I miss something, I can always come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Untitled Chapter. You were responding correctly, except the names that were missing of the honorable members, and that other one is Rami. Deputy Minister?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, once more, and members of the committee. Firstly, strengthening what my colleague has just said, and Tata, I want to appreciate the comments and the remarks made by members of the committee, with an understanding that at no cost, as the Department of COGTA would ever appear before the committees of Parliament with what might have been indicated in the meeting. We have a clear understanding of our responsibility before committees of Parliament, that we need to appear with respect as we honor and accept the separation of responsibilities between the executive and Parliament. So I just wanted to lay that point, if there could be an understanding in that regard, Honorable Chair. Secondly, to the extent that there is a request that for this report to be strengthened and probably give a broad account of every little detail in all the 257 municipalities with regard to this particular process. Understandably, we thought a consolidated report to what reflects on these presentations would be more appropriate and sufficient for now, as we account for a particular period of time. Hearing that members are interested in getting a full detailed report of all the 257 municipalities, municipality by municipality, and to the extent of the detail of that information, that shouldn't be a problem. But obviously, in a meeting that we will then have to come and appear, Chair, looking at the voluminous of what we would be able to bring, it may require a different approach of engagement. But that level of detail, we should be able to come back as we report in the next engagement from what we have brought here today. Secondly, I suppose, and to the extent that various localities throughout the country, as honorable members have said, and particularly Ubabalwa from his angle of engagement, that there are areas in the Eastern Cape that they have interacted with and they might not have been, would not have been exposed to this process. And I suppose that could be the same elsewhere in the country. But that does not necessarily suggest that nothing was done by national government, provincial and municipalities. It could be the extent of the reach, and accepting that a project like this one, when we started, we actually made a call that the rollout of information and the reach out should be a responsibility of all in society and of course all in government, meaning that various structures in communities, including different platforms of government and in Parliament, should be able to, wherever we are, communicate the basic message with reference for administrative processes to where these matters are supposed to. But the messaging across the country became an all of society mandate and responsibility, and all of us, given that it was a matter that was classified in terms of the laws of the Republic, which therefore then necessitated an unavoidable collective management at the very broad and aggressive level, which obviously our understanding is that the reach could have been there, of course, with the limitations that they have been reported in the meeting. And therefore, it calls on us going forward to come and respond to what the chair said earlier on. I'll come to that point. I think my honorable Minister of Small Business will respond on what Honorable Babal has referred to, the 500 million rands. I think that matter will be accounted to. Honorable Singh, and obviously Mr. Kruger as well, there's a point that was almost similar or underlying. And this point we have long accepted and acknowledged. And jointly together with, in fact, the Minister of Health and our Minister, because they are co-chairpersons of the IMC on this matter, right in the beginning of the process, there was an acknowledgement, and even in the reports, this matter has always been coming very sharply, that since the municipal health services and environmental services were transferred or devolved to municipalities early 2000, and to the extent of them being strengthened, I think we have always been having that limitation, that this function is located in the district municipalities and, of course, our metros. And over time, it was indicated that there are serious capacity constraints in terms of individuals to be there to actually carry this responsibility. Attempts were actually made, and therefore engagements with National Treasury together with the Department of Health to see how best we could roll out a joint process of empowering municipalities, but also at the same time, not all municipalities, by the way, the function is devolved to the districts, which means in the meantime, to build a capacity for these municipalities to perform the 9 functions that are related to municipal health services. That function ought to be done at the level where it's supposed to. So it's a matter that is ongoing, receiving our attention. We're encouraging, as Rabutata has said, that correspondences were forwarded to municipalities to actually make them fully aware that there is this constitutional mandate they've got to perform, and therefore capacity in terms of human capacity is a necessity and an essential requirement. So it's a matter that is continuing to be attended to, and of course we have to intensify our resolve on the matter at all levels of government to see how best we can deal with this matter. So it's a point that is actually receiving our attention. And I take note of, or we take note of, the point which Mr. Kruger raised on the need for us probably to give feedback as part of that broader comprehensive report of the 257 municipalities. As he rightly said, that he's interested in getting to know the runs and signs with regard to registration, the differences, the amounts, the variations, and probable impact that could be there that maybe makes it either easier or not easier for South Africans to apply for this process. Related to the same matter, I fully agree with the suggestion that says we need to get Home Affairs closer, and I think this point was raised by, I can't remember whether it's Honorable Mafawani, and also I think, I'm not sure whether it's Mr. Cook again, that we need to, and I think the concern there is that it looks like nothing has changed. You see the same people of a different originality still handling these spaces in many parts of the country, presupposing that maybe our immigration systems have not responded to that problem. I think, Honorable Chairperson, you would agree with us that the issue of the immigration management is not only a problem relating to this matter that we're handling. Matters of illegal immigrations in the country, immigrants in the country, it's a national issue, and to the extent that it has been articulated in many ways than not, and as we rightly had even His Excellency, how he articulated this matter recently, which requires a very serious collaborative efforts, and for sure, as we handle this matter, that level of department, that's why the IMC, all of us are there, COGTA, and many other departments, including Home Affairs. So it means at the level of the committees at some point, that inter-engagement might be very helpful to see how best these areas impact in the management of this process becomes an issue. And I think it's a point which it shouldn't just be attributed to the administrative process now between us and small business, and therefore a conclusion or a determination is made that we seem to be biased to people of foreign originality against South Africans. It cannot be true that we have got no regard for our people, South Africans who genuinely deserve the fruits of their own freedom and democracy. And of course, mindful of other statutes, both national and international, and how administratively those matters are handled. It cannot only be a mandate of these two departments appearing today to be taken that they are actually not handling this matter correctly. So I think we need to look at the impact of that, the immigration challenges to the extent that they impact in the overall public administration in the country and related other social, either economic services on how we can working together deal with some of these issues. And this takes us to a point which we have always been debating it, Honorable Chairperson, and which obviously may require a much more closer engagement once again between employment and labor, small business ourselves, and obviously Home Affairs, but it's more related to employment and labor and probably small business on how do we conceptualize a process around designation of what could be regarded as only matters that can be or should be done by South Africans alone. And as we deal with these matters, we therefore look at the broad national situation and how it impacts on all these other endeavors that government undertakes. So we may still have to have that a much deeper discussion targeted, obviously with speed, so that we forever do not talk about these matters at a different level, whereas on the ground they are not very felt by communities in villages and townships. I think that point is it's very material. I take note of what Honorable Bilangul has said, and also Honorable Malemaji with regard to their experiences in the locality where they come from. And like I'm saying, as things seem not to have changed, that is not necessarily a singular function of a particular office alone. It requires, as she rightly said, that we may have to bring an understanding on different capacities in provinces in terms of how they also support these processes in municipalities to the extent of determining the warm bodies that are there out in the 9 provinces on how on a daily basis working together with the teams from head office and other levels of government to impact this particular process. And I think that would form part of what will be a resolution of this meeting to bring extra or addendums in a very broad way that will elaborate on some of the key points that members would want to hear. So I think those issues can then be easy to say in an area like Giyani, out of so many villages, this is what is known in the township, and this is how far this process has gone. So that detail, like it was requested earlier on, it could be provided not as a difficulty, but it will also indicate how we succeeding in really impacting that situation. We did warn South Africans right early in the beginning that in as much as there will be this process legally to legalize these enterprises, we hope and believe that they will be very honest and not become fronters of foreign nationals who will then use them as their frontline operatives, and therefore behind them they are the ones who are actually running this business. And there's a question that arose here whether we have been able to determine that to the extent that we can be sure that all these businesses are run by South Africans and not foreign nationals, who can only account obviously for now where licenses would have been released to South Africans. If then they use them for whatever reason to someone else, that is something that will require a much more closer assessment and not necessarily policing, but and obviously it will require all of government and all of society support and assistance, because communities will be quicker to know that this license business is issued to Masemola or whoever, but we see so and so on a daily basis running this business, then it can help, because that's what would require to build a high level of vigilance in our own communities, whether they become defense agents of their own national democratic space in terms of advancing for their own livelihood through systems and frameworks that government have set. So it would require all of us to work very hard to deepen that level of consciousness, articulation, understanding, but vigilance, so that the state, as it actually rolls out its own administrative capacities, they are lending or received by a very vigilant society that also fights for its own, rightful access to healthy foodstuff that gets sold in those various spaces. We take note of that point, that it has to be managed very closely. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, as you said, what are the things that we think should be done in the next coming 3 months going forward? Well, understandably, the plan was adopted right in the beginning when this matter was declared a disaster. The IMC on this project did develop a program. We just have to go back to the elements of it as we continue to do it and heighten that process very seriously. So work very hard, as Rabutata has said, towards maximum digitization of our local municipal business registration processes. Engage continuously, so in a massive way of outreach, using various means of engagement, including making sure that we empower local communities themselves to actually lead this process, but also strengthen what we have already long started with our traditional leaders, but also including how civic structures and civil society can be of assistance on an ongoing basis, because they are the ones who are providing a proper balance, checks and balances on the impact and the effectiveness of our democratic institutions. But all in all, we remain committed, Honorable Chair. We cannot come before the committee with trivial information just to appear for the sake of ticking a box. That is not who we are in COGTA. We would want to make sure that every time we appear here, we bring detailed information that gives an account. And of course, everything on a continuous basis has got to be improved, has got to be strengthened. And from this discussion, we're able to see areas that will require a much more aggressive approach going forward. And with that understanding, we remain committed to working with your good selves, Chair, as we collectively serve the people of South Africa. With all the noting that I've said earlier on, we will still be able to engage at an appropriate time, depending when you will want us to come and appear again. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, and thanks to Dr. Rabutata for responding to the questions, the comments of the honorable members, and praising their participation. We really appreciate. On that note, we have arrived at the end of your presentation. It is always a pleasure, Dr. Masemola, our Deputy Minister, that when we invite you to our committee, you don't give us reasons, but you do as we request. Keep it up, and thank you very much. All of the best for the day as you're going to go into your other commitments. Thank you very much. We are now moving forward to be briefed by our Department of Small Business Development with regard to Spaza Shops funding. I would want to recognize our minister, if she's still in the meeting, to give her a chance to present whoever is going to take us through. Over to you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. If she has left, I'm going to request that I move the powers to the DG of the department, Memazini.
My apologies, Chairperson, and good morning to all honorable members.
Oh, sorry, ma. I've been looking at these babes on internet. I did not even know that it's you.
I apologize. My apologies, that's me.
Okay, thank you. Over to you,
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Let me thank the Portfolio Committee for affording us an opportunity to come and give an update on the work that we are doing. Of course, the honorable members have heard already from COGTA the challenges that we are experiencing. And as I had explained, that our task in relation to the project is mainly on financing the small businesses that would be given permits or those that would have applied, so that we can be able to assist them to meet fully the compliance. So if there are challenges at a licensing institute, it tells you that even the numbers, as members are complaining, the numbers will be very low. But nevertheless, Honorable Chairperson, I do have the team led by the DG, which will then get into the details. And members had already indicated that there isn't much work that has been done because of the challenges that were explained. But the team will take you into detail, and then we will then respond to questions probably that you would have asked. I am aware, before I hand over, that some members raised the issue of what is it that we are doing as the department to assist on business licensing. As we had said, even last year, we had to use money that we had to take from the programs because we were trying to intervene on a crisis, hoping that the 6 months would be sufficient to assist the municipalities to be able to carry out the task. But National Treasury did not approve an extension because it is not our function, but we were doing so because we were saying there's a need for us to assist and ensure that there's going to be alignment from the municipality level and what we would want to achieve in terms of compliance. Of course, the business licensing bill seeks to respond to some of the challenges, and some members had raised the concerns that if municipalities do not have the capacity, how do we expect them to be able to drive the business licensing that we are bringing? And these are the things that we are looking at a holistic level to say we had noticed or noted that there's been gaps on the coordination of the work in terms of having all the stakeholders coming to the party, which is why the program became redundant or ineffective because some stakeholders were clear that it was for a particular period. But nevertheless, the team will take you through, including what we are intending to do to take it back to cabinet, because unfortunately we do not have control over other departments. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I will now invite the DG with your permission.
Thank you very much. Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself and all the members and ministers and deputy ministers that are here on the call. We are bringing this presentation as per the request of the Portfolio Committee, and it's going to touch on the issues of the fund overview, the structure, the application and demographics, progress dashboard and performance, the disbursements and deployment, workflow, post-investment, implementation challenges, and the recommendations that we are putting forth. So the purpose of the presentation is straightforward, is to provide, as per the request from the PC, the progress on the implementation of the Spaza Shop Support Fund. Chairperson, as way of background, this particular matter, it comes a long way. And the Spaza Shop sector faces many challenges in South Africa that threaten its sustainability and its growth. And we had also some of the challenges even the previous presentation on the areas that does touch on the work that we do. And the issues are your issues of your limited access to capital, high operating costs, lack of buying, purchasing options, and also significant food safety concerns. And we all know about the issue of the significant food safety concerns. There was also that issue of the foodborne that we were dealing with as a country. So this is how our intervention as a department is structured. We have your bulk inventory, which is a grant of 40,000, and the scope of what it covers is your aggregated procurement system, your supplier partnership, distribution coordination, and in terms of the value add, this will give your issues of your job multiplier, additional roles along value chain. It enables the cashless transaction, reducing the cash handling, reliable stock availability, and also lastly, it reduces the cost through the bulk buying. And on the infrastructure refurbishment, it's a blended 50,000, which covers your site audits and tailored upgrade plans, your post-installation support, installation of equipment, structural improvements, which will then lead to your upgraded compliant trading spaces because they need to be compliant, and also your enhanced customer experience and operations, and also the point of sale infrastructure that enables digital sales and revenue. Then we also have to be able to do that. We can't just be giving all the above without ensuring that the people are properly trained to be able to do what needs to be done. So there is a 10,000 that is set aside for a 5-day SITA accredited training because we work closely with the SITAs, and they cover your issue of the POS usage, your business management and digital, and also your group delivery with attendance certificate. And the value add there will assist one in enhanced business and digital skills, support the effective use of the POS for sale diversification, and also promote regulatory compliance, healthy and safety food handling, and also increases owner professionalism and also sustainability as the business is run as a professional business. So again, on the background is that to also add that this particular 40,000 that's given by SETFA and the Spaza shops are also provided with your point of sales device, and also the infrastructure refurbishment is implemented by NEF, and also the training is provided to the Spaza shop by NEF and SETFA during the deployment of the stock, and also the point of sales devices. So this particular fund, as we all know, the aim also is to promote participation of the local suppliers to the fund. The database of local suppliers will be sourced from DTIC and Proudly SA. The complete application received so far is that also note to say that at the beginning, this was very slow, the very slow uptake. But after 18 outreach events where we were making sure the issues of your awareness that was conducted by SETFA and NEF throughout the country, there was some marginal increase that we were able to observe. So this table on the right shows that about 48% is from women, 29% from youth, and 3% from people with disabilities. So after receiving this application, SETFA will then do what you call their desktop exercise. They do the assessments, they get a bulk of this application and ascertain if all the compliance documents are attached before they could actually disperse. So once SETFA is satisfied, the applicant is then conducted to arrange for a physical site visit to ascertain the existence of the Spaza shop and to ascertain if it's owned by a South African. Then these are the demographics that shows the complete applications that are received. It shows the number of applications per province, the female-owned, the youth-owned, and also persons with disabilities. We can see there in the Eastern Cape, 343 applications received, female-owned 63, and youth-owned we have 97. And that table is self-explanatory across the board. And you can see in the KwaZulu-Natal, very high there in terms of the applications received at 1,149, and also a female-owned 558, and a youth-owned 264. So this table just shows in terms of the demographics. Let's proceed. This is the progress dashboard that covers what I'm talking about today, that the total number of applications received is 3,797, and the applications that were assessed is 3,053, and the business licenses that were submitted to the DSBD, it's 1,435. And of those visits conducted, it's 1,556. License submitted, I've already said 1,435. And of the 1,435, there is 121 outstanding information. So of the 1,435 sent to DSBD, we have 728 that already dispersed. 262, they are in the disbursement process because there are different processes that must be followed, and 445 are pending validation. So once they are validated, they then move to the next level. Sites that were visited, a total of 1,556. Please go back. 1,556, and also licenses verified by the DSBD 728, and the stock in terms of monetary value of close to just short of 30 million, 29 million. So there is ongoing monitoring and evaluation reports that we keep on getting on this matter because we are actually monitoring it very closely. The performance of the applications that were received, if you look at that table, is summarized as follows: that 397 applications have been received since the inception, and also SETFA, I've already said, pre-assessed 3053. And out of the 3053 assessed to date, 1683, they have provided the licenses, and 1370 have not provided, hence no further processing was performed on them. So SETFA conducted 1556 site visit, I've already said that, and also for those who have attached their licenses, they're conducting further site visits. And 1435 we have been sent to DSBD for verification, and I've already said about the 121 were not forwarded as they did not meet the requirements. So during the site visit, there were findings or certain issues that were observed. One of the issues is the non-existent Spaza and mismatch. Committee members, upon the physical verification, some applications were found not to have Spazas available at all, and they have applied, while others provided the wrong addresses. And that does take time of the colleagues that must go on the ground to be looking, because you apply, you put an address, we dispatch a team, the team goes there, and when they get there, there is nothing. Another issue that was also prominent was the applicant and the operator differences. So we have an applicant's details, including license owners, that you find that is totally different from the actual owners and the operators of the Spaza shop. And of the numbers I've given of the 121, about 16 Spaza shops. Another issue that became a problem, because we need to verify. We can't just do this. Unfortunately, this is one of the things where you have to see and verify. So the Spaza shop owners are reluctant to allow SETFA access to their premises, and they are citing crime in the area, and they are not able to open. So SETFA is unable to then be able to access. Let's move. This particular table talks to the district application spread. And the reason we also wanted to bring this proactively, because we know that in the past, if we just give just numbers and say this district and not giving the numbers, we need to be very specific. When we say Eastern Cape, where in the Eastern Cape? Free State, where in the Free State? So we made sure that this presentation does cover that specifically. For instance, in the Eastern Cape, the following districts are the ones that, in terms of the application spread, is Alfred Nzo, Amatole, Buffalo City, Chris Hani, Joe Krabi, Nelson Mandela, O.R. Tambo, and Sarah Parkman. And in the Free State, it's Fezile Dabi, Dijuelo Putswa, Mangaung, Thabo Mfutshanyane, and Harip. And in Gauteng, it's City of Johannesburg, City of Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, Sedibeng, and West Rand. KZN, the districts covered Amajuba, eThekwini, Herikwala, Ilembe, Ugu, Umgungundlovu, Umkhanyakude, Umzinyathi, uThukela, uThungulu, and Zululand. And in the Western Cape, it's Cape Winelands, Central Karoo, City of Cape Town, Eden, Overberg, and West Coast. As we proceed, we have in Limpopo, it's Capricorn, Great Sekhukhune, Mopani, Vembe, and Waterberg. And in Mpumalanga, Ehlanzeni, Hlalosibande, and Kangala. And Northwest, it's Bujanala, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, Dr. Ruth Mumbati, and lastly in the Northern Cape, Francis Bart, John Taulo, Namakwa, Pixley Kaseme, and ZF Mkau. So these are the district application spread. And in terms of the actual disbursement, SETFA approved 990 Spaza shop to the stock of 39.6 million. And of these, about 728 as per the table that is above that says disbursement fully verified. 728 have been fully disbursed. And if you look at the 728 that has been disbursed, you can see according to the provinces, Eastern Cape 42, Free State 83, Gauteng 43, KZN 283, very high, Limpopo 171, Mpumalanga 20, Northern Cape 19, Northwest 16, Western Cape 46, and I'll explain why KZN high. And also fully dispersed, and again 262 is still under disbursement, and it is on those provinces, Eastern Cape and KZN, that I have there on the table below. Let's move to the next slide. This particular slide talks to the deployment to the end users. Currently, as I've already explained, SETFA has a stock, a distributed stock, point of sales devices, and provided training to 394 end users, and the deployment is ongoing. And this deployment to the Eastern Cape is planned for the first week of March 2026, which is this first week. As indicated in the table, there is low deployment in Limpopo, there is low deployment in Northwest, and there is low deployment in the Western Cape. So to accelerate this particular deployment SETFA, to these end users, SETFA again working closely with the municipalities, because we cannot win this alone. We need the municipality. The minister said in her opening remarks, we are considering embarking on what you call mass deployment, where approved Spaza shops for that municipality will be trained in mass instead of the door-to-door that you are currently doing. So once they've been identified, we put them in a hall or in a place, and we are able to ensure that the particular training is therefore given. Slide number 14 talks to the training. What type of training are we talking about that we give to the end users? The training for those is the training on the utilization of the point of sales devices. This will assist them for record keeping and also for stock acquisition. We also do the training on the essential business concept, including your inventory control, understanding profit and loss statement, and lastly on the issue, very important, of the handling of the food and personal hygiene and on all these issues that are related to the safety. And also for them to know when the food is expired, what is it that they need to do so that we avoid what we had previously. And once the applications are received by SETFA, what is it that happens at SETFA? Because that question might come to say, SETFA is receiving, what do we do? This is the transparency we are bringing forth, document intake and desktop review to make sure that these documents that we have received are compliant, phone validation and geolocation. There are physical people who are making these phone calls, on-site verification and audit, where we physically go to these areas, and also we do the validation of licenses by DSBD, and then we allocate the device, we allocate the stock, we divide the POS device, and also the training. After the process, SETFA will then undertake what you call your post-investment and monitoring. This post-investment monitoring, we do it so that we can ensure that we don't just give and move and count numbers. We actually have a report. We go back to see that in this particular area, this is what we have given, and what is it that's happening? What are the challenges? Is there better training that is needed, or what is happening? So we are doing that to ensure that we are able to account for government money. And after the disbursement and the deployment of the inventory of all these things, SETFA will then conduct, like I've said, to all these funded Spaza shop, the post-investment monitoring. And it includes your physical site visit. I already counted that, to the Spaza shop to ensure that the inventory and the POS were delivered to the Spaza shop, because we can't sit at head office and say we've delivered 20 only to find that they are nowhere to be found. So the site visit will also assist in identifying Spaza shop that still need further business development post the training provided during the deployment. As we deploy, there is training that is given, but we are all different and we develop differently. So it's important that for us, when we go there, we're able to see that Tuli Manzini still struggling. It's very important that we are able to take you so that you are at par with your counterparts. Again, through the branch network, we also conduct what you call spot site visit, your spot check. This we do to ensure that actually the person who said is owning this Spaza shop is the same person that is there, so that we do not announce like in a spot site visit. And SETPA also trained internal resources, which are our colleagues, to assist with the license validation and also the site visit to assist accelerate validation. And these processes are very smooth. They don't actually delay the process because of the type of training that is mentioned at this bullet of the trained officials. They know exactly what they need to do. And the issue of the turnaround is very clear. So there are no delays. The process, it runs very smoothly. So this site visit are conducted by TEF to ensure that stock, these devices, and the train was provided to the end users. At number 17, of course, like any other system, there will be challenges. So the challenges and constraints in implementing this one is that the registration process, we all know, is the first step in applying for a business license for trading, wherein they apply. And also another issue, the issue of the number of registered Spaza shop should not be taken as the number of licenses or permitted as Spaza shop. So comparing the registration numbers from 28 February, 31 April, 30 June, and 30 September. Actually, it's supposed to be 30 April. I apologize. April doesn't have 31. I say. There has not been significant increase in the number of registration, with the latest number being pegged at 82,000. 44,696 out of the 82,000 I mentioned above reported registration has been confirmed using databases of registration provided by municipalities. Only about plus minus 15,000 approved permits or licenses. And with regard to this, the support fund, total number of 61,851 have registered on the application portal as of 12 December 2025, with about 14,295 applications in progress and 3,136 applications having been completed. So we submit today that 44,420 applications who have registered but not started their application, as well as the 14,296 who have started their application but not completed it, are discouraged and limited by the lack of trading permits or business licensing, which is the issue that I think was also discussed at length even in the previous presentation. What are the challenges also and constraints as we continue on the municipality level is the low business license approval by the municipalities, the under-resourced few health inspectors that was discussed at length, the inconsistent permitting, and also the issue of your zoning rules raised cause for expansion. Non-uniform standards complicate national support initiative and streamlining because every municipality, they have their own way of doing things. And lastly, the funding might end up being concentrated in regions where there are advanced municipality digital licenses. I said that when the number of eThekwini is high, because eThekwini, they already have this digital licenses system. So things are moving very fast. And as we continue to disperse, as people continue to apply, it will look like we are dispersing more in eThekwini, but it is because of this type of system that they have. So to answer what I parked there to say why is eThekwini shooting up. On the actual issues of the Spaza shop, those are the issues of the zoning. I spoke about those. Some operating from homes, shacks, and those are some of the issues, because you find that they actually breach the zoning rules and they prevent the licensing and it delays. The issue of cost that has also been raised in terms of those that we categorize as low income operators. The issue of the bureaucracy, that the processes are very complex, information is unclear, officials are hard to reach at municipalities. Some of the issues, non-existent Spaza shop, I spoke about that. We actually about 7 Spaza shops where you find that you are not able to verify. And then the applicant, I spoke about that, of the different owner, the license owner, different from the actual owners. A mismatch on site, we are able to get addresses, wrong addresses, about 274, and it's a lot. And also the trust and crime, I spoke about that, about 36, those that are not able to allow anyone to access. Now, as part of the challenges with the license validation, as part of this due diligence process, the DCPs conduct your site physical visit to verify if the Spaza shop exists and are operated by South Africans. The issue of validation of licenses by the department has been slow due to lack of participation, also by the municipality, but we really urge them, we don't just leave them. We have what you call your PCF, where we are able to talk to our counterparts who are very rich or the municipality. We have what you call your MINMAC, checked by the minister, where those MECs are there and those issues are raised. And as a result of that, you will see in the slides that are coming what the positive results of those MINMACs in terms of implementation. So even COGTA presented today the COG about the minister, the letter of the minister to the mayors on the 19th of December 2025, requesting assistance with the consideration of issuing conditional licenses and also requesting participation in the implementation of this Spaza Shop Support Fund. Now, I've mentioned the challenges, but it's also proper for us to then say what is the solution to the issues that we are facing. One, the department, we have encouraged municipalities, I've said, to issue opposite licenses, which is your trading permits, conditional licenses, provided on hold requirements, that all these requirements are met, because we don't want to just give one, especially the health requirements, because this is food that people consume most of the time. So the Spaza Shop Support Fund will approve Spaza shops that have your COAs, your opposite license, trading permits, and also your conditional or full permit licenses. Another important issue that we are doing to address the challenge is to conduct workshops to assist these provinces and municipalities in adopting and deploying electronic business licensing system, because we can see that as we are reporting all the time, KZN is flying high because this particular system, we can actually see the benefit. Another issue is the budget allocation by provinces and municipalities for the deployment of an electronic business license. This is something that they must not just talk about, but they must make sure that as they finalize their budget, this is budgeted for. So this slide talk to the intervention by the minister in the MINMAC, and the MECs were in attendance of what needed to be done. And immediately after that meeting, we were able to go to all these particular areas to have what you call Spaza Shop Support Fund and business licensing provincial engagement. So the one of Limpopo happened on the 3rd, and Gauteng, and all of them are completed. I don't have to read them line by line because they are already showing the status at the end. Waiting for Northwest and also for Free State, and also to also say, if you look at the one of Gauteng of the 5th of 2026, where DDG Delo attended, I also personally attended that one, because for me to be able to say what is it that is happening there on the ground, I need to also, when I have time, to also join the team so that I can see for myself and talk about something that I know. So this is the work that is being done in the department, just only 2 that we still need to finalize. In terms of the concluding remarks, is that the transition for the fund's second iteration, 2025, marks a critical shift towards addressing the modern challenges like food safety and also the retail competitiveness with this particular amount of 500 million committed. So while nearly 3,800 applications have been received, we as a department were able to verify over 1,400 for processing, with the 29 million in stock already moving through the disbursement pipeline. So this particular fund is effectively reaching priority groups, with nearly half of all applications coming from women-owned enterprises, and that is backed up by the stats as I was presenting it. So the primary constraints remain the licensing gap at the municipal level, where thousands of applicants are stalled by lack of formal permits. And I think the COG also covered on that. And to maximize the fund's impact, as a department, we are advocating for conditional licensing reform to ensure that administrative hurdles do not prevent eligible South African entrepreneurs from receiving support. So this fund is more than a financial intervention. We see this as a structural necessity for the township economy, because that's where everything starts. So by resolving the current licensing delays and also scaling the Spaza Shop Support Fund and the business licensing provincial engagements that I spoke to, all these efforts will ensure that this business remain the backbone of local communities and a safe source of goods for all the citizens. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson and committee members. I'll hand back to Minister Ndabeni. Thank you.
Back to you, Minister.
Thank you so much, DG, and thank you, Honorable Chair. There isn't much that I will gonna add, except to say we present our story and we'll be listening to the honorable members' advice, comments, and questions so that we're able to respond to them. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Minister. Honorable members, there is the presentation before us. I see the hand of Honorable Kruger. You will start, Honorable Kruger, as I'm noting other hands. Over to you, Sam. You may start, Honorable Kruger.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, now you are.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you. Yeah, I'm a BC member born before computers, so sometimes I'm struggling. Madam Chair, yeah, thank you again for the presentation. And of course, we hear a lot of good news is coming, although history or if you look at the Spaza shops success rate, and that was helped by the department, it's very low. The history tells us that, and from the 84,000, I think it's just over 1,000 that was helped. But Jay, we need to roll out this whole process much faster. The Spaza shops are all going underground, and the problem that the licensing or the permit system want to address is actually getting worse. So, but I hear there's a lot of plans in place and there's a lot of strategy in place. So I want to thank the department for that. Again, Mpumalanga doesn't look good. We need to address that, but I will, in the next 2 weeks, drop in at the CDA's office in Imalafleni and find out what is the bottlenecks there. Madam Chair, and I didn't hear anything about the road shows. I propose that we that the department start with a very urgent road show to get all the Spaza shop and the municipalities on board so that we can roll out this very much more faster. Because if we carry on this rate, it will take about 80 years to do this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kruger. Honorable Matulelo, you are next.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. Kudala samgqibela uMinister Stella siyambulisa. Chairperson, this presentation confirms what the EFF has been saying all along. The Spaza Shop Support Fund is a good idea, but strangled by a dysfunctional and anti-poor state. Chairperson, my question to the minister, firstly, I want to know, as per the government to the people, we've been told these slogans, but they've never worked for our people, Chairperson. So, Minister, sivile iside lika COGTA elifeyilileyo nalo elifeyila izipaza shop zethu and ama-informal traders wethu, and on the side of the Department of Small Business Development, Minister, sifuna ukwazi uba njengoba ke ifeyilile iCOGTA and sibavile bathi for izipaza shop to be registered or ukuze zikwazi ukuncediseka kumele ziye komasipala. abantu be-rural areas and njengoba ke besibalisa into yoba kakhulukazi ko-Eastern Cape apho sivela khona also as this portfolio committee into ebonisile ukuthi nyani we've got i-crisis besiseMatatiele. It's a rural town iMatatiele, and asiva uCOGTA esithi khona inzame azenzayo to go to indawo apho abantu bethu bekuzo okanye kwi-community halls okanye kwiinqila zasemakhosini ukwenza sure into yoba bayafikelela kwaba banikazi bezi spaza shops, because also uCOGTA njengoba vele edla ngokuthi usebenzisana namakhosi akho nto ayibalulileyo apha edibanisele nokusebenzisana namakhosi to make sure ukuthi izpaza shops kakhulukazi ezaziwayo amakhosi ayazazi izpaza shops ezikhoyo endaweni ukuthi zezabantu base-South Africa or azizozabantu base-South Africa, and zezona ndawo engicinga uba abantu bakuthi it's a walking distance ukusuka emakhayeni ukuya ezinqileni, and then they can be assisted kwiinqila kwii-councils zamakhosi if ever sisanayo laa nto ethi urhulumente kubantu. Asiva into etsho njalo, and abantu bethu aba-afodi bonke ukuya ezidolophini eziba ke wena ke sisuka nawe Eastern Cape uyayazi into yoba kuneendawo ekubhatalwa more than 70 rand ukuya edolophini isingle leyo, so more than 150 rand ukuphindela emva, so inantsika i-return I mean. So ke ngoku Minister, wena ke ngoku njengemuntu ke ngoku okule department njengabantu okunini enidevelophe okanye nidizayine le 500 million rand spaza shop fund, ndifuna undiphendule kwezo bases uba yintoni ke nina njenge-department eniyenzayo ukuya ke endaweni zeenduna okanye amakhosi apho kunabantu khona than uba abantu bethu baye ezidolophini ukuze bancedakale. Number 2, Minister, if licensing delays at if licensing delay at the municipal level, and also these are the main reasons this fund is not moving faster, why did the department design a 500 million fund that depends entirely on a system that you knew was already broken? Siyabazi omasipala bethu bahlulwa kukwenza even a normal simplest bridge yokuthi abantwana bawele. Siyayazi ba omasipala bahluleka ukwenza even access roads ezihamba ziyofikelela phi clinics apho abantu bethu bazokwazi ukufumana impilo. But nina ni designe le 500 million fund nina inikezele ezandleni yonke process kubantu okomasipala abahlulekayo already ukuthi baservice the entire community on critical issues. If bahluleka ukuncedisa umuntu ogulayo ukuthi ayofikelele eclinic, how much more ke ngomuntu wespaza shop? Minister, why was this money allocated without a proper study to assess what is truly needed? Almost 3,800 applications were received. About only 728 spaza shops have actually received e-stock, according to your report of your department, Minister. That is not a progress. That is a bureaucratic failure. Township and villages economies are collapsing while officials hide behind e-processes, verifications, and endless dashboards. The department admits that licensing at municipal level is the biggest blockage for our small businesses. Yet, year after year, no decisive political intervention is made. Chairperson, you know that the minister is a political head as well. Poor black spaza owned are punished for municipal incapacity they did not create. Ayingabo abantu bezezi businesses abazicreatele as disadvantages ezenzeka komasipala. How do you explain that over 44,000 registered applicants never even started applications because municipalities refuse to issue permits. This is a structural exclusion, Chairperson. This is the state protecting big retailers while suffocating township survivalists. Is Fund and National Empowerment Fund are sent to verify, audit and police poverty, instead of rapidly delivering economic justice. Spaza owners are treated like criminals, while corrupt municipalities face no consequences. Chairperson, we are rejecting this slow technocratic approach, Chairperson, as we are demanding an immediate national standardization of Spaza shop licensing with automatic conditional permits. Yintoni uCIPC wrong wakayenzileyo okanye why did this department did not consider the way the CIPC does things? Because at a CIPC you can just enter into the system and do your application, and they are very clear in terms of nationality crisis. They've already developed systems in place, so the registration is a problem here and it's not taken into consideration, and akusetshenziswa systems esezikhona ezisebenzayo kuyobuildwa on top of omasipala abafeyilileyo. We demand a clear deadline for full disbursement of the approved 500 million, not excuses, Chairperson. Priority to South African-owned Spaza shops without harassment and intimidation. And siyafuna ukwazi ba uMinister njengoba lapha yintoni ayenzayo, because as we speak today, last week kule veki bekuphela uMarch, same informal traders and Spaza shops were harassed in township of Matatiel and also Emanfrey. There's traffic cops, and these people that I'm talking about, Mama uScwebu, ngumuntu wase South Africa okudala wathengisa estratweni. Lo mama enthetha ngaye waseMatatiele. So bebe harasswa still yile nantsika, yile system endingayaziyo uba izode ithini. Befunwa ezi permits ukuthi nisebenza kanjani. Chairperson, as I wrap up, Chairperson, the Spaza shops are not a pilot project. They are a backbone of the township economy. Until this state chooses speed over paperwork and justice over bureaucracy, the EFF will continue to expose these failures and fight for radical economic inclusion. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Next time, Honorable Maptulelwa, when we give our input, can you please check on the time, because the kitchen closes at around, is it 2 o'clock? We cannot come here in the morning and then go into plenary with an empty stomach. Thank you very much for your participation. We are moving forward to Honorable Carol Mafagani. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine will be very brief. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your presence today. I think the other issue, I'll bring it after we wrap up this issue. Minister, the problem that I am seeing, and I keep addressing it, I do address it all the time with the department, is that what you are doing in national, the province and the local economic development are not privy to. They are not, the department are not speaking. National is operating on its own, province is operating on its own, and local economic development is operating on its own. And this is a serious challenge that we found when we went to the ground. This process could and should be running with speed if everyone, all hands were on deck. We go to a province. First of all, the province don't even know the clients of national. They don't even know where to find these people. So it's a problem. It means that there is no intergovernmental discussions that are going on and work that is going on. And yes, it might be isolated in some cases, they are aware, but it's a problem. And I think if we deal with it, we might be able to deal with 30% of our problems. Our other problems is that South Africans are not registering. South Africans are not aware of this program. You know that we come from areas where they don't have internet. There must be a mass marketing program that happens to take this to the ground. We go to an area, they don't know about it. You go to Spaza shop owner who registered for the previous program and is not aware of this current program. So it's a problem because it means also there's no after funding or after assistant contact between us and the people that we are trying to service and the people that we are trying to assist. So I think that's a major problem. If we can deal with it, then we will see the numbers growing. Unfortunately, the numbers are not telling. I'm thinking that the department is only servicing South Africans in terms of the funding, but the numbers are not telling whether they registered as South Africans or non-South Africans. So we need to dig deep, Minister, put people on the ground, put mobile centers on the ground, hire those licensing officers to assist the municipalities as well as a department with some of the funding. I don't know where to but we need to assist so that this can move. The problem is still the same. I walk through a street, it's still the same of my friend who are holding these Spaza shops. There's a little impact that this program is giving to the public out there. Thank you, Chairperson. I think you will allow me after the whole thing to come and address the other matter of the program that's happening later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mafarane. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the Minister and all on the platform. Chair, there's a couple of things that I want to raise. If the Minister was on the meeting, then I did raise the question earlier about the capacitation at the municipalities. And at our very first engagement, when this Spaza shop support fund was set up, I had said that it was the responsibility of COGTA to capacitate the municipalities in terms of the electronic business licensing system. And at that stage, it was then DSBD Connect. Now, I'd just like to know what is going on with DSBD Connect, and I don't think that is the correct platform right now to be able to capacitate all the municipalities, because I do see in the recommendations now, it's saying that provinces and municipalities must provide budgets to put these systems into place. I had said that there were certain municipalities in the country that were already functioning well, and COGTA should look at that and then replicate it in the other municipalities. So I'd like to know what was happening there. The second thing is that whilst we are wanting a lot more applications and there are applications for funding being processed, I had said this at the previous meeting when a report came through. Now, if we look at, if my memory serves me right from the presentation, it's almost 303 million rand that has been disbursed to about 3,797 some odd Spaza shops, amounting to about 80,000 rand on average. Now, if we carry that forward, the fund was for 500 million. So basically, you can only fund another 2,462. And I had said previously, I do have concerns if you are still telling people to apply and if you have not secured further funding, because at some stage you're going to have to tell people you don't have the money. So I do have that concern. And then, Chair, the last thing I want to speak to is we had raised a lot of concerns about these delivery channel partners, the DCPs, and how they were functioning and how effective they are, what capacity they have, because initially Spaza shops didn't seem to be getting support from them, didn't seem to be getting the stocks quickly enough from them. And I have not seen any report from them. If I missed it, I do apologize, but we had requested that we actually get these DCPs to actually appear before the committee so that we can question them and see how their model is working, what their charges are in relation to the services that they are offering, and what will actually happen once this funding is over, and how will they continue their relationships and support these Spaza shops, and especially what that funding model will be post the grants and loans that are being given to these Spaza shops. And from the department side, the post monitoring, because I do fear that a lot of these Spaza shops would get the stock, would get the training, and once the grant system is over and these loans may be paid, I'm not so sure that they will be operating at the efficiency levels that they should be. And I'm going to also just state this, and I'm not sure if the minister can comment on it, but just last week, and I'm happy to just send the article if people did not see it in the newspaper articles, children have died still. So the concern that I have is that, like I said earlier, I understand the communique from the minister to try and speed up the process because the municipalities don't have the capacity. But then compromising on the standards of what we require is defeating the purpose of this exercise, because we started this because children died. Children have died last week in the Eastern Cape and in KZN, allegedly due to food poisoning from chips and the like that was bought from Spaza shops. Now, if that is still true, and we are now compromising on our compliance issues because the municipalities lack the capacity, we back to square one, and this whole thing would have been a futile exercise. So I'm placing those concerns on record, and I'd like to know how that's going to be dealt with, and how this post-monitoring, not just only by the department, I think by the portfolio committee as well, that we should do some serious post-monitoring on these Spaza shops that have been assisted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Honorable Sapo. Please unmute, Honorable Sapo. Okay, as we are waiting for her, let me allow Honorable Molotsani to take us through the questions. Honorable Molotsani, are you still on the call?
Yes, I'm still on the call, Chairperson. Thank you very much. And good morning, Minister. Good morning, honorable members. Chairperson, now because we are pressed for time, our bus is almost on the way. I think I will have one question that I want to ask the department for now. In light of SETVA's consideration in collaboration with the municipality, to accelerate support through mass deployment and group training of approved Spaza shop instead of the current door-to-door model. What is the implementation plan and timeline for the proposed mass deployment approach, and how will the department ensure quality control, adequate training, effectiveness, and proper verification of beneficiaries under the mass training model, Chair? My second question, I saw in the presentation the numbers of the numbers that the DG have presented. I just want to check what is the department going to do in order to assist to increase those numbers, because you find that in other provinces the numbers are very low, and we know very well that the number of tech shops are more than that. What is the department going to do in order to make the local tech shops awareness about this fund, so that we can be able to cover not everyone, but at least the majority of all tech shop owners? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for that, Honorable Moletsani. We are now moving forward. I want to check if ever the Honorable Member Sapo is still ready to speak. She will notify me. Now we are going to listen to the Honorable Malemacha. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I pass my greetings to the Minister, the team, allow me to start by welcoming the presentation, a very well-detailed report that I think one can utilize to have more information about the work of the department. The work of the department, theoretically and practically. Another thing that I think as the portfolio committee we need to do in a form of assisting is to urge all South Africans to take an advantage of these availed opportunities by both the Small Business Development and the COGTA to ensure that they register so that they are licensed. You see, all these programs can work better, but the beneficiaries themselves too must be encouraged to take advantage so that at the end of the day, we are benefiting from this program. Because if that is not, or is left alone to the department, is where we'll find ourselves having to complain more, rather to expose the availed opportunity so that they benefit. The other aspect is to urge the two departments to try and find each other, work very jointly. Not disputing that they're working jointly, but to say, have a common target per quarter. For an example, if the target this time is to try and assist municipalities, so for them to cope from, if not copy from what is happening in KZN, in particular those who can be able to implement the very same system so that we don't come and complain that there's no significant movement around registration and licensing of this Spaza shop, but somewhere is happening. So if there can be such coping of some sort, in particular those that can be able, then we drive all the resources to assist where they don't have this kind of resources due to budget constraint. Then we be saying this is our target to ensure that if this particular municipality at this rural status of it can be assisted this way, it can assist in terms of the numbers, because in reality, there are people who want to register. But when they go to those municipalities, not intentionally, but there's no capacity in terms of the resources to assist these people. There is a willingness, but there are no resources. So if the two can work jointly, have a program that target one common target, that will unlock this other target, can also assist chairperson. Regarding the Western Cape, Northwest, Limpopo slowed implementation of intervention. What are the specific operational, administrative, or logistical challenges that have contributed to slow deployment in these provinces? And what correct measures has the department implemented to ensure equitable and timely rollout across the provinces? Then lastly, the chair. In light of the steadfast consideration in collaboration with the municipalities to accelerate the support through the mass deployment and a group training of approved Spaza shop instead of current door-to-door model, what is the implementation plan and timeline for proposed mass deployment approach? How will the department ensure quality control, adequate training effectiveness, and proper verification of beneficiaries under the mass training model? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malemacha. I did not get an indication that the Honorable Sapo is still having some questions. We are passing. I want to join all the honorable members who applauded the department for the good work that they have done from the presentation that we just received. Indeed, we can notice that in your presentation, you have conducted the checks. We are commending this. It's a good work. But then now, in their checks, they have found fake shops, wrong addresses, ownership mismatches. DG, you have found so many flags, red flags, showing up a number of visits. So I want to know what is it that you're going to do? Maybe let me put it like this. What tougher checks are in place now for all these that you have found? And do you have maybe a shambok in your bag, whereby at the end of the day you'll be able to whip those who are breaking the law or the rules? I want to check that one. With the others, I'll stop here because other members try to touch on it, and time is not on our side indeed. Over to the department. Thank you very much. Minister Memanzini. Honorable members are done. We are now waiting for you, my leaders, to respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was not sure if Minister, I can start.
Silence means consent.
Okay. There are several questions. Okay, I think I
You can start. My apologies. I don't know what my mic is doing.
Okay.
I hope I'm audible now.
Yes, Minister, very clear.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much. On the issue of the road shows that we, according to what Honorable Kruger has said, we are continue, as I have presented, with the provincial and municipal workshops and also the road shows, and our report does show that, and we do have a report in terms of those outcomes that we have. And there was something about steadfast consideration in collaboration with municipalities. What is it that you are doing to accelerate the support through the issue of the mass deployment? And our response to that is that we are collaborating with municipalities. And that is why SETFA is requesting municipality to be inviting the local approved Spaza shop owners, and will utilize a municipal hall where the training will be conducted. And that is how we are going to ensure that we get the reach of all the people that we need to get to. So there is also a pilot mass training that was conducted specifically at Indwedwe municipality, where about 78 end users were trained all at once. This is what I presented to say it's something that we are looking at to ensure that we get as many people as we can. And this was done in collaboration with the local municipality, where this particular training was provided to the Spaza shop owners. Workshops similar to that one of Indwedwe are being arranged with various other municipalities. This will be done for the duration of the funding and implementation plan that we are actually putting forward. So those are some of the issues, and there was something about the slow deployment in other provinces. The response to that, to ensure that all provinces are at par, that SETFA rollout plan is based on the number of applicants to take advantage of the bulk buying discounts. And the challenge is logistics due to regional geographic spread of the end users. And the idea is to consolidate into meaningful numbers in regions to enable mass deployment, which will result in your cost savings. So the mitigation of that is to collaborate with the municipalities, like I've said, for the license finalization in regions, which will enable SETFA to have sufficient numbers of approved Spaza shop for impactful distribution of the stock. So the disbursement on all the currently validated Spaza shop in these provinces will be completed by the 21st of March 2026, which means the picture will then look very, very different. On the issue of, I think there was an issue that I'm missing. Checking my notes. Apologies, Chairperson. There was an issue by Honorable Singh on the issue of where is DSBD Connect and what was it used for. So DSBD Connect was for the use for the geo mapping of the Spaza shop, and it came very handy in terms of us knowing exactly where those Spaza shop that I am here confidently presenting to find out where we are. So this process was concluded after we had some financial resources were exhausted. However, as a department, we are working with municipalities to replicate the adoption of what you call your e-licensing system. So this replication, this replicating model, the KZN, this process is dependent also, again, like I said, on the financial commitment from the municipalities to fund the system. Hence, in my presentation, I also spoke to that particular issue. The issue of us communicating more and the IGR, there was an issue that was raised in terms of the IGR and working in silos. I think it was raised by Honorable Mafahane. The communication on the Spaza shop fund, we need more PR. That was what was raised. But in our response is that this particular comment is noted, but we have been reporting to the portfolio committee about the provincial roadshows, which we will continue to do, and as part of communication. But the provinces and the municipalities are also working with the teams to popularize this particular fund. And I have presented that we have what you call a PGF, which is a PCF, which is your provincial coordinating forums, which is attended by all the HODs of economic development of the 9 provinces, chaired by myself. And also at provincial level, we also have the MINMEC, the MECs, the same MECs of those departments, which is chaired by the minister. And at that level also, they've also started developing communication campaign to bolster the communication that we currently have. So we will continue to make sure that is strengthened. I think there are questions that were specifically also for the minister, and also there was an issue about the DCPs, but maybe before we allow minister at the end, maybe if CE can touch on the DCPs and the capacity that they have, I think, and the issue of the post-monitoring. But that one is noted because on the post-monitoring, Honorable Singh was just saying that it's also very important that the department and the PC itself must make sure that that work is done. And with your permission, Chairperson, I don't know if CE have left something then so that we can hand back over to the minister through the chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, DG. On the chat group, the honorable member Kruger is saying, can we get a rollout plan for the road shows that is going to take place? I don't know whether you saw it.
Okay, can I respond, Chairperson?
The CEO. Thank you. CEO, do you have anything to say before the minister comes?
Greetings to you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, the Minister, DG and colleagues. Just one thing on my side regarding the monitoring from our side. I think the good thing about the issue of the point of sale or the system that we're putting into the Spaza shops is that
Somebody mute. Continue, sir.
yeah, it's just that on the system is that the system is so much of a state of the art that the monitoring becomes so easy because we can see we don't even need to go to the client to be able to see whether they're performing or not, just based on monitoring the system and how they're trading on a daily basis or weekly basis. We're able to see whether this Spaza shop one is using the system that we've given them, to how they're performing, if they're dropping in performance, and so forth, which results then, which triggers the visit to the different Spaza shops. And that system is what we say is going to keep us in a position, or gonna get us in a position where we're able to monitor the Spaza shops even post the funding going to the near future, and we'll know when they're not using the system also, and we'll be able then to intervene and make sure that they continue to do so that their performance can be monitored. I think I wanted to just get into that and respond into that. But from a capacity point of view, we have the capacity to trade, we have the capacity to monitor and to deliver the stock as we have started now delivering the stock, and we're committing that on what has been approved to date or verified to date, we'll then be able to distribute the stock by the 21st of March this year. Then we look at what is coming in now that we need to verify, so that at least we complete the work that needs to be done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the members for the questions that they've asked. And indeed, others are really assisting us in terms of what else we can do in order to deal with the challenge that we're faced with. There's questions that are asked in relation to, let me start with the roadshow that I said I'm going to respond to. We had reported to the portfolio committee that we have signed an MOU with the traditional leaders. So now we've directed the teams to work on the implementation plan. And on the items that we've listed is these programs, including the Spaza Shop Fund, to say in the rural areas where the traditional leaders are at, they must assist us with that work that we are doing. We, as the DG reported, we have a min-mac. This time we said we're going to invite even the mayors, because we do see the challenges that we experience. The issue of coordination that the members are crying about is what also we're experiencing. Unfortunately, when we planned, as the other member asked, when we planned, it was a collective approach that the Department of Home Affairs will do this, the Department of Agriculture will do this, all those departments that sit there, which is what I said, that after a few days, other departments went back. They did not then proceed with the program. Now, Honorable Chair, I heard, I think it was Honorable Singh, if I'm correct, who was asking a very good question in terms of why did we introduce the fund? We know that we had a foodborne disease that broke out, and then some kids were unfortunately lost their lives, and then even now recently. So she's asking, but is it the same thing that has led to that? The Department of Health, which is responsible to check people's health status is the one that comes up to say this is what they have discovered. And in relation to the first one that made us to respond last year, it was because of a pesticide that is called Tebofos. It is administered by the Department of Agriculture. In cabinet, we then agreed that the Minister of Agriculture must make sure that they ban or they introduce certain things, because now it's clearly that this pesticide is gonna spill over, because apparently it gets to be sold to people on the streets. We believe that's illegal, selling it to people on the streets who don't even have licenses. So that is the responsibility of agriculture now, to keep on checking if indeed Tebifos is not available to people who are not licensed. The second aspect that we are talking about, which talks to the capabilities of the municipalities, which is what we talk about all the time, I nearly said comrades, honorable members, because we all have this responsibility. Unfortunately, as the department, as I explained last year, that we have passed one legislation, the National Small Enterprise Act, that gave us minimal powers. Now we're introducing the business licensing bill, because this challenge that members are complaining about is a challenge because of the constitution and the law. It is not a challenge out of our own making or because of our weaknesses, which is why we continue to say we would urge members to really, when I say members, I mean like even society, to support the business licensing bill, because what we want to do, as we have explained, is to make sure that we create a framework of licensing, reduce the red tape on licensing, that people now are not able to access the permits, as you have heard, because the municipality would not want to reduce the zonal fees. The municipality would want to use the issue of permitting or licensing for revenue generation. And these are the challenges that we are faced with that are outside our purview as the department. And the best thing as a department responsible for small business is to say, let's introduce a legislation. Let's repeal the act, because currently all the municipalities that are defying, they are using the Businesses Act of 1991. If you recall, honorable members, during that time, Minister of COGTA, Minister Sabisa, gazetted the draft standardized bylaws that were supposed to be adopted by all municipalities. Unfortunately, we did not get that they all adopt, because municipalities said we already have our bylaws, we are fine. And even the Minister of COGTA, as seated as where he is, because of the powers that have been given to municipality, he's not able to go and enforce those. So it becomes a negotiated process, because municipalities have these powers that they are given by the constitution. And as I said, others will then refer to the Businesses Act, which is what we are busy fixing now. So when we introduced the Immigration Act, that was looking into some of the things. When we introduced the standardized bylaws, it was like, because there was agreement that time to say, we are all going to do this as these ministers. And if we do this and the municipalities do it, as we had engaged SALGA also on the implementation of those, then it would be easier to do what we want to do, which is what we are struggling with now. Because when municipalities resisted, then it became a challenge. This is where we are at. It's the reality of parties that are sitting in those councils. Of course, one will argue that majority are led by the ANC. It is true, but unfortunately, even on those that are not led by the ANC, we have not seen improvement in terms of adopting those bylaws. I'm raising this because the other members asked, what is it that we are doing as the department in order to deal with this challenge? I'm trying to explain the limitations that we have, including yourselves, as members of parliament sitting there. There's nothing we can do outside what those laws say. And this is why we had said, let us have an LED summit, so that we make municipalities understand the bottlenecks that they impose to small businesses and how that is killing their own local economy. So we're doing all these interventions in order to make sure that, although we can't say we're going to train all of you, we do provide interventions here and there, but remember, they are voluntarily, because there's nothing that we can do to say, if you have not attended this training, therefore this is what we can do, because that's not our responsibility. We're coming in because we are affected on the work that we are doing. So those are the things that I thought it's important that we talk to them. We don't, I don't think we really operate in silos, except to say, when it comes to municipalities, then they choose what they're going to do. They politicize or whatever that they do. I don't know what's the reason. Because as the DG was reporting, we have technical committees of the MINMEC. And in the MINMEX, the MECs for economic development, they work with MECs for COGTA. They work with municipalities. And for me, that's an entire IGR process. We're not able to put staff full-time. Our budget is very minimal. Even when we did the BROs, as I said, we had to do it on 6 months. We couldn't go beyond because it was not approved, because it goes back to saying this function is not yours. Therefore, you can't continue funding it. And this is why, honorable members, I would really urge, as I'm going to close, Chair, urge that the members, beyond assisting us in terms of their PCO work, as others have been inviting other entities to come and talk to their constituencies there, let's also make it our priority to please attend the LED summit so that you can also add your voice in terms of the legal prescripts that are prohibiting the success of the small business on those areas. Because I believe that if people hear it from all angles, Parliament talking about this, ourselves as the department, because at times, Honorable Matulelwa, you do get a sense that ingati we want to use their powers. We want too much authority as the department. And it has nothing to do, but it has everything to do with responding to these challenges that small businesses are faced with, these challenges that are giving us frustrations now. But without a legislation, we're not able to achieve that. That's why we continue to say, people are saying, you always introducing policy, and we're like, because we need policy reforms to deal with existing legislations that are prohibiting or that are a red tape to the success of small business. Every day we talk about red tape, but as I explained, red tape is about the laws that are in place or the laws that are not in place, which is why we must also reconsider the approach and the timelines that we take when we introduce legislations. Because as much as we are saying this, will come and then there's long processes that we undertake, and by the time we pass the bill, people have already found a solution on their own because, again, of the long processes that we take when we development laws that must respond to some of the challenges that you are faced with. I thought I should just talk to those. DG and CO have responded to that. So as I was saying, roadshows, we are going to allow the traditional leaders to do the roadshows on our behalf, because we are very thin, Honorable Kruger, in terms of capacity in the department. We do send them, which is why we said they must be grouped. The last time we had a meeting with the MINMEX, we asked the MECs to convene all their MMCs, then we send our teams. They had given us dates, but unfortunately they could not all meet the dates because when they went to their counterparts, then they also had their priorities. That's why now we're saying working with traditional leaders, they can also complement this work. We're just formalizing that process to complement what we are doing, whilst we are looking at the issue of digitizing the system. Honorable Singh says that they had said there are municipalities that already have systems that are well-oiled and functioning properly. Although they are functioning properly, whether you go to the city of Cape Town, whether you go to eThekwini, small Spaza shops, the numbers that we hear that they're still struggling, which means there's still gaps in that. But also, even if we would want to say they must learn from eThekwini or learn from Cape Town or learn from Johannesburg, reality is that it is the municipality that must adopt that system. We are not able to impose, because it is a procurement process. They must adopt that process and budget for it. And this is why we said the MINMEC that must include mayors are important. We were with Salga, we explained the same things, that we need their support for them to advocate with their colleagues, and also the Elite Summit. We're hoping that if we all do this, at least we'll try whatever after some time, we'll try to minimize this. As I'm saying, the law is what is really putting us where we are, which is why we must do everything to make sure that we pass it on time. The engagements, whilst we are not waiting for the law, but the engagements that try to nudge every member here, those that are coming from the ANC, they must nudge their comrades in the councils. The fighters must do the same. The Blue Brigade must do the same. The Green Brigade, and everyone. And then when they go in those councils, they must prioritize the business of supporting small businesses. Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry, my dear one, can I request for your, sorry, I'm chairing the meeting, can I request that you give me time? Like, hello, ma'am, can you hear me? Hello. Please mute.
I'm responding to the call. Why do I have to mute?
I'm in a committee meeting.
Hi, I'm responding to my call.
Why you are not muting on your side, Chair?
Hello, mommy. I'm in the bathroom, so I was requesting my neighbor this side to give me a chance, but then she does not understand. Anyhow, let me take this opportunity and thank the minister and the department for responding to the questions. In the response, I had felt that actually I have gained the confidence that the aim of this committee that we are looking for to see the real impact with more jobs created, especially in the townships and rural areas, is going to happen. At the end of the day, we will receive the testimonies from the people, and that is what we want to see. We want to see them being encouraged. We want to see their lives being changed for the better. So on that note, I really want to thank the department and the minister for attending our meeting. And
there must be a process.
Who is it?
Chairperson, my hand is up. I don't know if you are able to see it.
I saw it. I thought maybe you're coming.
No, you know why? With regards to the EPA Apollo Solomon, let me tell you why I'm saying that.
Chairperson?
Can you mute? Can you mute Honorable Carol? Please mute. Thank you very much. I heard the last time when you were saying you are going to request to come back. So I wanted to wrap up this so that I give you an opportunity and then we end the matter. Unless if maybe something that you need the minister to respond to. But anyhow, let me finish off and then I will then give you a chance to say whatever you want to say. I wanted to say thank you very much. We have arrived at the end of the presentation, but then let me allow Honorable Mafagane to say whatever she's going to say. But Honorable Mafagane, please don't open the meeting again. We are running out of time. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have one issue. I want to say to the minister, thank you very much, Minister, for the invite to the local government summit. The problem that we are having and we are facing as a government is the non-response from your office. The last event that you had, you invited us. When we responded, your department didn't respond. The person that you put in charge to respond did not answer the phone, did not answer the emails to us. So even now, I'm very reluctant to respond to this invite because we don't know. We are just like stepchildren of this department. You are operating there, we are operating here. We are not together. And we accept the invites. We are not getting any response. So Angazi, like this time is going to be different. What is going to be different? That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Respond. Thank you very much, Honorable Mafagane. I would request the minister to respond. Indeed, and Tesozibe did not, you know, I don't know how I can put it. I don't know.
Point of order, Chair.
On him. Yes.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes. Yeah.
Chairperson, I think this matter that Honorable Mafagane has just raised is not meant for this meeting. If there is such a problem, she was supposed to talk to you as the chairperson, or she was supposed to phone the minister to discuss that. But saying that in the meeting, chairperson, it is not part of the agenda. And if you allow something like this to happen, it's going to be something that will be happening every time, chairperson. It can't be. If there is any problem regarding something that is out of the agenda, you cannot allow it to be discussed in the meeting. It's supposed to be discussed outside because it's not part of our agenda, chairperson. We can't be subjected ourselves to such a discussions. Thank you very much, chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matsulo. I hear what you are saying, but the Honorable Member is not out of order. If you have listened to the responses of the minister touched on the issue that she's encouraging us to attend the LED summit. So it's the same thing because we were invited by the department that time. I'm not trying to shield anybody. I'm trying to look at the facts and the reality of the matter, because now the department has invited you guys and all of you did not respond and talk to the matter if ever you're going to attend or not. But the minister in the response, I repeat, mentioned that it is good to hear that whenever they invite the members, then the members will be covered, will be treated well. If ever they are saying they are going to attend. Mina, I responded. I also received the same treatment. So Zibe knows, I even phoned him. But now that we are with the minister needs to know this and officially so in this meeting so that we don't come across the same actions again. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And Honorable Carol, let me apologize for the inconveniences experienced by the members. Now that I'm made aware, I will make sure that it is attended to. The DG is also here to make sure that she reigns even the ministry staff to make sure that members are taken care of. We really apologize. We do want to have your presence in our activities, which is why we extend the invite, because we believe that we can get a lot, not only for you to grace our events, but you also get to see the work that you're overseeing, and you also be able, therefore, to advise or critique us, knowing very well what is it that we do. So I apologize on behalf of the ministry and the department. And I do give you my word, when you have a problem, you call me, because unfortunately, I'm not able to do the bookings by myself. But I will make sure that the DG checks with the chief of staff and those people that responsible administratively. If members experience challenges, they can drop me a message so that I can follow up on time. But I will try to really rein my office and the team. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for that assurance, Honorable Minister. We are going to now talk about the changes that are going to happen on the program, on the program of the Portfolio Committee. So I would request that the Secretary take us through. If ever the department and the minister still have time, they can form part of these changes. But if ever you have other program to rush to, you are free, ma. And thank you very much for coming to our meeting. Thank you. King, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just the quick one, honorable members, we just wanted to draw your attention that there have been some update or changes. Just one change that has taken place on this that it will be on the 18th of March, since the members indicated that we should bring that item of reconsideration of the appointment of small enterprise ombudsman report. So, and then we added up an item that was scheduled for the 1st of April, that is of the consideration and adoption of the Eastern Cape Oversight Report. The reason for that was that we looked at if we are inviting the provincial investment promotion agencies, so we should create a space of inviting all the provinces, the 9 provinces. So now if we've got another item for the 1st of April, that will jeopardize the whole activity, because now we cannot be able to speak to all 9 provinces. So then there's a resolution that we move also the consideration of the Eastern Cape Oversight Report to the 18th of March. So those are just those 2 changes that has taken place, Chairperson. And then so far we just tried to only manage to get a venue at Max Building, that is at the it's 3062. These new committee rooms. However, we're still following up with the question of the equipments that members were talking about. But so far, that's what we are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mtate. Thank you. Let me make an addition on what I see the hand of Honorable Matulelo. I'll come back to you, Ma. Let me make an addition on what you just presented. You'll remember that we have received an invitation from the department for the 24th and the 25th, whereby they want us to join the department on the program of the Local Economic Development Summit. And then it's happening on the 25th, and we were expecting the department to come and do the presentation. So I want to request that we then shift the 25th to another date, whereby we won't be able to wait for the department while they are busy on the other side. I'm sure the honorable members will be free to talk to this program, and the one that I am talking about on the 24th to the 25th. I see the hand of Honorable Matulela, and then Honorable Sapo will then come next. Check the times, Honorable members, as you are willing to say whatever you want to say in that order. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Number one, I noticed the changes in the program. I did see the Wednesday meeting on the 18th March, a reconsideration of the appointment of the small enterprise ombudsperson report. But I have a question, Chairperson, on this physical meeting is estimated that will be costing 9,555 rand. Why is gonna be costing that much? Because I think we are not renting any office. I don't think maybe the tea and the coffee or those snacks that they always come provide, they amount to 10,000, Chairperson. And also number two, I'm very skeptical about the presentation that I heard about from the secretary Mageti. They are still following up on facilities or on because remember, Chairperson, we are here today. This report is this mess because of what I think I will say your management team did to us. Remember, one of the issues we had is that our meeting was not streamed live. Not only the meeting, but the interviews were not streamed live. That's point number one. Number two, we're going to be dealing with this critical report where there is a lot of frauds and all the critical issues that happened during this report, to such an extent that it had to be referred back to this portfolio committee because of some of the negligence or some of the things that should have been avoided even from the beginning. So I'm not happy with the answer that they are still following up if the committee office that we're going to be using, is it the one that we've been looking for? And Chairperson, I'm monitoring very close that your secretariat office is not doing as we are always requesting as the portfolio committee members of parliament. Number one, it's a norm. We all receive these amendments and all the documents for the meeting a day before, and not only a day before, in the afternoon, of which we asked and we requested the same thing that happens with other committees. We are also attending other committees. They get a report, they get everything a week before. But us, we are struggling, and this is now become a norm. Every time we get the documents a day before. But here is the program. We know when are we having the meeting, and we are not preparing even the things that are internal that should have been prepared. And then we can only argue if maybe COGTA didn't give us in time and we give reasons. But now that we are even getting our own program a day before. And number 3, Chairperson, I'm very, very disappointed to hear what is happening now, because the whole mess should have been avoided. And now we are again getting, I was told, I did my own investigation why other committees are getting those committee offices that are user-friendly on streaming live. I was told that it depends on the secretariat office. If they do secure the venue in time, it becomes possible. So for us to be taken like this, Chairperson, I think we must take actions before it's too late. Thank you, Chair. 2029 is very far.
Okay. Yes, 2029 is very far. Thank you very much, Honorable Matulela. I'm sure the Secretariat will then respond to the issue as to why are we having our meetings in that type of a room. Indeed, we also want to be streamlined live. That's what we want. And if we are going in a room whereby even the YouTube is not working, no, we can't allow that. The Honorable Member Sapo, over to you, ma. I saw Honorable Mafagani. I don't know whether it's a legacy hand. And then the Honorable Malemaja will then speak last. Honorable Sapo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you. I'm not sure if I'm audible now.
You are, ma.
Okay, no, Chair, I just want to come in to the proposal that you made on the program. I don't have a problem with the adjustment that were made on the 18th and on the 1st of April. I don't have a problem with that. However, I have a problem with the suggestion that you made to say, because the committee is invited on the 24th and 25th, and therefore we must consider to move the item. I think the issue of the quarter performance report is a critical matter. I am against a view that says the committee must postpone its work simply because of the invitation that just came this morning. I don't think we must do that. For sure, the department itself were aware when they were planning this particular program that in this particular date, they're supposed to be here. If we do that, we'll be setting a very wrong precedent to say the committee can even postpone its work because of the invitation. I don't think we must even try to accommodate that. If committee members are attending the summit, the work of the committee must continue. Let's not miss our program because of that. And the last thing is on the issue, or is on the item of the 30th. I think I'm more interested in it, and I'm excited that it's there. But my worry is for that particular critical and important meeting being held on a virtual platform. Yes, I understand that every province will be there. We have been complaining about the functionality of the agencies in different provinces. But now when we then want to reduce that meeting and do it as a by the way, I think I have a problem with that. I was going to propose, Chair, if it's possible, it's comfortable with the honorable members to convert that meeting to a physical meeting. Thank you very much.
Which one? The one of the 18th?
The one of the 1st of April.
Oh, the one of the 1st April. Okay. All right. I hear you, ma. Maybe I should also indicate that I tried to check with the department, talking to them that actually I was asking them, why did they agree on the date of the 24th to the 25th? Because already they have received the program that the committee is expecting them in Parliament or wherever on virtual, so that they come and brief the committee. So the response that I got was that normally they will allocate dates, submit the dates to the president, because this one is a program of the president. And the president said the only dates that he can be available for that LED summit is between the 24th and the 25th. And we are expecting a presentation from the department. Maybe the honorable members can try and assist on that one, because it's not their own doing. But they wanted the other days because they received our program already. Honorable Sapo, maybe we should look onto that one. Thank you very much. Who is next? The Honorable Malmacha? Over to you.
No, Chair. I will be very much disappointed that we go to the meeting of the 18th in a room that is not what we desired to. We time and again emphasize that we want to be live streamed because we are dealing with sensitive issues that has got interest of the masses on the ground. Now we are going to deal with this issue that has for long been postponed. Now we are told that no, the room is not user friendly. I will want to urge the Secretariat to go extra mile and ensure that we can't spend an hour debating why we are not screenlined. And we behave as if this is not a point. This is a point. And as the African National Congress, we have consistently saying we want to do things transparently and read that. The other aspect is earlier on, there was a narrative that the minister is there, the PC is there. No matter how angry or we are pressed, I think if we continue with that narrative, we'll be sending a wrong signal. We are working together. Where there are challenges of accreditation or misinformation, I think let's deal with that one and not create another thing that it is not there. Because if you remember very well, we have attended a lot of events and they were well coordinated in a way that the information passed to all of us. So all what we need to do in assisting all of us, let's emphasize that the PC chat be utilized to the fullest so that at the end of the day, everybody is there. As acknowledged by the minister and the team that they will also sponsor on that. But to say we are not in good relationship in terms of that, I think it will create another issue. Those will be my contribution to that. But nothing was wrong to say on the spot here, we can all confirm so that we make things easier for those that are arranging. In many cases, well as we are in the meeting, we can confirm our availability so that it must not be on our side. It be easy for everybody who must fast track the logistics. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whip. I wanted to understand, especially on the last one. So you are supporting the date put by the president for the summit?
You see, the issue here is summit that just came in between. I will lobby, it's not to support alone. I will lobby members to, as they've called order that we must not set a precedent. I will lobby members that let's allow to attend because these are part of the presidential intervention to other issues. Therefore, if we are not going there, we are going to lose big time. The very same department is expected to be there rendering some of the item. I fully say things must be planned in a way that they are not inconveniencing others. Since, well, this is beyond our control, I lobby members to agree to attend. then we'll deal with these other things after that session. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It is clear now, and I really appreciate what you are advising. The advice, I think, will take us far. Thank you so much. The last hand is from Honorable Mafagani. I did not see it before. Please check on the time.
Quick one, Shay. You know, I'm 1%. I really don't want to get into issues that don't involve anything decent to contribute to the committee. And I'm 1% Chair who writes you email all the time when I have a problem. But I think in the committee, we need to respect each other and have to agree that when a person is speaking on something that you don't like, don't just call frivolous point of orders. I don't agree with that. Because where I'm coming from, I have emailed. So I don't like it when somebody contribute, or maybe Batwanya Koba relevant. I don't like that. And I'm saying it now. I'm very upset. I don't like it. People must stop. We need to respect each other. I send emails to the chairperson when I have a problem. But when I want to raise something of importance of next week, I can't do that. This is a committee meeting. I am allowed to engage in a committee meeting. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Carol, I think the honorable member who raised that point of order, after I tried to explain, she didn't understand because there was no arguments and she did not come back with heavy words. I'm sure wherever she is, she's saying, okay, now I understand. Let's try to accept each other as members of one family. And at the end of the day, I am quite sure that we will be blessed. I want to request Honorable Mafani to I'm sure the honorable member was not fighting, she was just trying to give the direction. On that note, thank you very much, honorable members, for deliberating on this matter. And honorable members, one of us is lobbying us to understand to the situation of the 24th to the 25th, how I so wish that we can agree to it. Now I'm going to ask the Secretariat. Secretariat, this thing is giving us a headache, whereby when we go into a room, there is nothing, even the YouTube cannot even work. But when we are on virtual, we found that the YouTube is taking us live. So I really want to check, because now I know, well, let me just say, I understand that you are not part of the committee that is allocating the rooms. But people must learn to weigh the weight of the committee. This one of ombudsperson really need to be streamlined. It needs to, at least, if ever we are failing on others, but the YouTube must work. So I really want to check. Honorable Malamaja touched on the very important issue that before we start with the meeting, we do not want to see like the committee is being sabotaged. People who are dealing with the issues of media are coming very late. They will take an hour trying to make sure to see that this is going to work. And at the end of the day, it end up not working. We are really disappointed on that one, but we need you to assist us. What is going to happen? I've been this morning, because I went into my office for the first time after they've changed us from the 5th floor. I moved around. I took a walk. There are many boarding rooms here. I don't know whether the secretary can try and check if ever these boarding rooms, because I saw one committee was meeting this morning. Check if ever what we want is really happening in those rooms. And then if it's happening, I would request that you submit the request physically, secretary. Request that this committee has been disadvantaged for quite some time. So now please assist us, because these bedrooms are so many. It's not one bedroom, it's not two, it's not three bedrooms. there are many. So I'm sure one of the boardroom here can assist the committee member. Otherwise, we'll end up saying we go physical. We really do not want to come across that issue. Honorable Matulelo, I think I gave you enough time. You spoke for 5 minutes, and I see your hand again. I don't know what is going to happen now. Can I request that you speak for a minute? If not a second, Honorable Matulelo.
Thank you, my chair. No, I won't take a second. No, I just wanted to also indicate, chair, that even last week we were dealing with a very critical matter of King Sabata Darinjem. To only be told as members of parliament, chair, when we are there by this secretariat, I am not happy, chair. We can't be like we as driver who sends the Sintando yak is not even consulting with us. Thank you, chair.
Secretariat, all the committee that are sitting on the committee of the secretariat, we are in your hands. King, the content advisor, researcher, NAMTO, we are in your hands. Please assist the committee. Who is going to start?
Chairperson.
Yes. Secretary.
When we submitted the program of the committee, those are we got the room of M201 and the room of S35 as were being allocated to those committee rooms. After the discussion, we went further. We learned that these committee rooms, the new ones that have been built in the 90 Plain Street, they've been handed over to Parliament for allocation. So it's only then that we learned that. Hence, then from last week, I went there and then I be able to secure the 3062 committee room. However, when I went to the IT unit, they said as the IT unit, they haven't been given, it has not been given to them for the functioning of technology. So hence, then, however, they said they were going to have a meeting on Tuesday, which I think it's yesterday. So I was still going to make a follow-up to find out that by the time the 18 come, will that those committee room be fully functional with all the equipment. So that is what I did. Not unless if I was wrong, then we can go back to M201, which does not have all those equipment, because that was the committee room that we had. I think the error there was of that amount. It was an error because remember that they were shifting of items. So I made a mistake by not changing the amount there. So that's the error that we have committed. Then the last one.
Before, what is the amount supposed to be?
It's an estimate. It varies around 4,000, 5,000. I just have to confirm it. Mr. Dodo was the one that is doing the cater.
Okay, thank you very much.
With regard to these receiving documents, remember that the item of today's meeting, they were shifted. So now the progress, the report that we got from the COGTA, we received the presentation yesterday in the afternoon. So hence those documents were dispatched that time when they were dispatched. So I don't know, sometime maybe I was trying to avoid the question of sending one by one meeting documents. I would wait for all the documents so that members, they cannot look for the other one from that was what was sent to them on Monday or on Tuesday or not. So it's not that I'm undermining the members. It's not that I'm driving the members. I thought I was doing this work at the best of my ability. So that it is, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary. Please make sure that you make a follow-up. Actually, this one of room 201, M201, is a no for our meeting. We don't want it. Check and then communicate with the portfolio members on our PC chat, whatever you're getting, so that we try to be together in resolving the issue. I really want to thank you for responding and also thanking you for admitting to the mistake of the money, because we want to save our committee money, and I'm sure you're busy with the application for us to go to Brasilia. Is it Brasilia as requested, or Kenya? One of those countries. We want you to continue with the applications because others are busy submitting the applications, and the others are expecting to go around when we are on our recess. So make sure that you follow that up also. Honorable members, it has been a long day, Wanavishu, and we had a fruitful meeting, and I am sure the honorable members will go into our chat group and confirm, so that we send the department earlier as to who is going to attend and not attend. And I will also request the secretary to submit the application that the president is going to open up or run the program of the LED summit, and the department has invited the members of the portfolio committee. I know we'll be having a plenary on those days. I don't know whether it's the 25th or the 24th. We'll recheck so that they allow us and give us a leave so that we go and attend the summit. The sooner you submit, the better for us to have an opportunity to go and attend. Thank you very much, honorable members. We have arrived at the end of our meeting. The meeting stand adjourned up until we meet on the day that we'll be meeting, on the next day. Thank you very much for the participation, and thank you for those who are assisting me over the WhatsApp chat, because I did not notice that the minister was in the meeting. I didn't check, and that was a very big oversight. I don't know whether he's here wherever he is, but thank you very much, Honorable Sapo, for noting that and raising it. I'm sure the Deputy Minister will go and tell him that it's not that we disrespected him, it's because we did not see that he was on the call. Thank you very much. God bless you, honorable members, colleagues. The meeting is adjourned.
Recording stopped.